Letter 32 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 32. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire, Thursday night. Confoundedly out of humour with this perverse woman, nor wilt thou blame me if thou art my friend. She regards the concession she made as a concession extorted from her, and we are but just where we were before she made it. With great difficulty I prevailed upon her to favour me with her company for 1/2 hour this evening. The necessity I was under to go down to M. Hall was the subject I wanted to talk upon. I told her that as she had been so good as to promise that she would endeavour to make herself easy till she saw the Thursday Inn next week over, I hoped that she would not scruple to oblige me with her word that I should find her here at my return from M. Hall. Indeed, she would make no such promise. Nothing of this house was mentioned to me, said she. You know it was not. And do you think that I would have given my consent to my imprisonment in it? I was plaguily nettled and disappointed too. If I go not down to M. Hall, madam, you'll have no scruple to stay here, I suppose, till Thursday is over? If I cannot help myself, I must. But I insist upon being permitted to go out of this house, whether you leave it or not. Well, madam, then I will comply with your commands, and I will go out this very evening in quest of lodgings that you shall have no objections to. I will have no lodgings of your providing, sir. I will go to Mrs. Moore's at Hampstead. Mrs. Moore's, madam! I have no objection to Mrs. Moore's. But will you give me your promise to admit me there to your presence, as I do here when I cannot help it? Very well, madam. Will you be so good as to let me know what you intend by your promise to make yourself easy? To endeavour, sir, to make myself easy were the words, till you saw what next Thursday would produce. Ask me no questions that may ensnare me. I am too sincere for the company I am in. Let me ask you, madam, what meant you when you said that, were it not a sin, you would die before you gave me that assurance? She was indignantly silent. You thought, madam, you had given me room to hope your pardon by it, when I think I ought to answer you with patience. I will speak. Do you think yourself in my power, madam? If I were not— And there she stopped. Dearest creature, speak out. I beseech you, dearest creature, speak out. She was silent, her charming face all in a glow. Have you, madam, any reliance upon my honour? Still silent. You hate me, madam. You despise me more than you do the most odious of God's creatures. You ought to despise me if I did not. You say, madam, you are in a bad house. You have no reliance upon my honour. You believe you cannot avoid me. She arose. I beseech you, let me withdraw. I snatched her hand, rising, and pressed it first to my lips and then to my heart in wild disorder. She might have felt the bounding mischief ready to burst its bars. "You shall go to your own apartment, if you please, but, by the great God of heaven, I will accompany you thither." She trembled. "Pray, pray, Mr. Lovelace, don't terrify me so." "Be seated, madam. I beseech you, be seated. I will sit down." "Do then." All my soul is in my eyes, and my heart's blood throbbing at my fingers' ends. "I will, I will. You hurt me. Pray, Mr. Lovelace, don't frighten me so." And down she sat trembling, my hand still grasping hers. I hung over her throbbing bosom, and putting my other arm round her waist. "And you say you hate me, madam, and you say you despise me, and you say you promise me nothing." "Yes, yes, I did promise you. Let me not be held down thus. You see I sat down when you bid me. Why," struggling, "need you hold me down thus? I did promise to endeavour to be easy till Thursday was over. But you won't let me. How can I be easy? Pray let me not be thus terrified." "And what, madam, meant you by your promise? Did you mean anything in my favour?" "You designed that I should at that time think you did." "Did you mean anything in my favour, madam? Did you intend that I should think you did?" "Let go my hand, sir. Take away your arm from about me," struggling yet trembling. "Why do you gaze upon me so? Answer me, madam. Did you mean anything in my favour by your promise? Let me be not thus constrained to answer." Then pausing, and gaining more spirit, "Let me go," said she. "I am but a woman, but a weak woman. But my life is in my own power, though my person is not. I will not be thus constrained." "You shall not, madam," quitting her hand, bowing. But my heart is at my mouth, and hoping farther provocation. She arose, and was hurrying away. "I pursue you not, madam. I will try your generosity. Stop! Return this moment! Stop! Return, if, madam, you would not make me desperate." She stopped at the door, burst into tears. "O Lovelace! How have I deserved—" "Be pleased, dearest angel, to return." She came back, but with declared reluctance, and imputing her compliance to terror. Terror, Jack, as I have heretofore found out, though I have so little benefited by the discovery, must be my resort, if she make it necessary. Nothing else will do with the inflexible charmer. She seated herself over against me, extremely discomposed, but indignation had a visible predominance in her features. I was going towards her, with a countenance intendedly changed to love and softness. "Sweetest, dearest angel," were my words, in the tenderest accent. But rising up, she insisted upon my being seated at a distance from her. I obeyed, and begged her hand over the table to my extended hand, to see if in anything she would oblige me. But nothing gentle, soft, or affectionate would do. She refused me her hand. Was she wise, Jack, to confirm to me that nothing but terror would do? Let me only know, madam, if your promise to endeavour to wait with patience the event of next Thursday meant me favour. Do you expect any voluntary favour from one to whom you give not a free choice? Do you intend, madam, to honour me with your hand in your uncle's presence, or do you not? My heart and my hand shall never be separated. Why, think you, did I stand in opposition to the will of my best, my natural friends? I know what you mean, madam. Am I then as hateful to you as the vile Solmes? Ask me not such a question, Mr. Lovelace. I must be answered. Am I as hateful to you as the vile Solmes? Why do you call Mr. Solmes vile? Don't you think him so, madam? Why should I? Did Mr. Solmes ever do vilely by me? Dearest creature, don't distract me by hateful comparisons, and perhaps by a more hateful preference. Don't you, sir, put questions to me that you know I will answer truly, though my answer were ever so much to enrage you. My heart, madam, my soul is all yours at present. But you must give me hope that your promise in your own construction binds you, no new cause to the contrary, to be mine on Thursday. How else can I leave you? Let me go to Hampstead and trust to my favour. May I trust to it? Say only, may I trust to it? How will you trust to it if you extort an answer to this question? Say only, dearest creature, say only, may I trust to your favour if you go to Hampstead? How dare you, sir, if I must speak out, expect a promise of favour from me? What a mean creature must you think me, after the ungrateful baseness to me, were I to give you such a promise? Then, standing up, thou hast made me, O vilest of men, her hands clasped, and a face crimsoned with indignation, an inmate of the vilest of houses. Nevertheless, while I am in it, I shall have a heart incapable of anything but abhorrence of that and thee. And round her looked the angel, and upon me, with fear in her sweet aspect of the consequence of her free declaration. But what a devil must I have been, I who love bravery in a man, had I not been more struck with admiration of her fortitude at the instant than stimulated by revenge. Noblest of creatures! And do you think I can leave you and my interest in such an excellence precarious? No promise, no hope. If you make me not desperate, may lightning blast me, if I do you not all the justice 'tis in my power to do you. If you have any intention to oblige me, leave me at my own liberty, and let me not be detained in this abominable house, to be constrained as I have been constrained, to be stopped by your vile agents, to be brought up by force, and be bruised in my own defence against such illegal violence. I dare to die, Lovelace, and she who fears not death is not to be intimidated into a meanness unworthy of her heart and principles. Wonderful creature! But why, madam, did you lead me to hope for something favourable for next Thursday? Once more, make me not desperate. With all your magnanimity, glorious creature, I was more than half frantic, Belford. You may, but do not make me brutally threaten you. Do not make me desperate. My aspect, I believe, threatened still more than my words. I was rising. She rose. Mr. Lovelace, be pacified. You are even more dreadful than the Lovelace I have long dreaded. Let me retire. I ask your leave to retire. You really frighten me. Yet I give you no hope. From my heart say not, madam, you abhor me. You must for your own sake conceal your hatred, at least not avow it. I seized her hand. Let me retire, said she, in a manner out of breath. I will only say, madam, that I refer myself to your generosity. My heart is not to be trusted at this instant. As a mark of my submission to your will, you shall, if you please, withdraw. But I will not go to M. Hall, live or die, my Lord M. I will not go to M. Hall, but will attend the effect of your promise. Remember, madam, you have promised to endeavour to make yourself easy till you see the event of next Thursday. Next Thursday, remember, your uncle comes up to see us married. That's the event. You think ill of your Lovelace. Do not, madam, suffer your own morals to be degraded by the infection, as you called it, of his example. Away flew the charmer with this half permission, and no doubt thought that she had an escape, nor without reason. I knew not for half an hour what to do with myself, vexed at the heart nevertheless, now she was from me, and when I reflected upon her hatred of me, and her defiances, that I suffered myself to be so overawed, checked, restrained. And now I have written thus far, have, of course, recollected the whole of our conversation, I am more and more incensed against myself. But I will go down to these women, and perhaps suffer myself to be laughed at by them. Devil fetch them, they pretend to know their own sex. Sally was a woman well educated, Polly also. Both have read, both have sense, of parentage not mean, once modest both, still, they say, had been modest but for me. Not entirely indelicate now, though too little nice for my personal intimacy, loath as they both are to have me think so. The old one, too, a woman of family, though thus from bad inclination, as well as at first from low circumstances, miserably sunk, and hence they all pretend to remember what once they were, and vouch for the inclinations and hypocrisy of the whole sex, and wish for nothing so ardently as that I will leave the perverse lady to their management while I am gone to Berkshire, undertaking absolutely for her humility and passiveness on my return, and continually boasting of the many perverse creatures whom they have obliged to draw in their traces. I am just come from the sorceresses. I was forced to take the mother down, for she began with her "Ho, sir!" with me, and to catechize and upbraid me with as much insolence as if I owed her money. I made her fly the pit at last. Strange wishes wished we against each other at her quitting it. What were they? I'll tell thee. She wished me married, and to be jealous of my wife, and my heir apparent, the child of another man. I was even with her with a vengeance. And yet thou wilt think that could not well be. As how? As how, Jack? Why, I wished for her conscience come to life, and I know by the gripes mine gives me every half hour that she would then have a cursed time of it. Sally and Polly gave themselves high airs too. Their first favours were thrown at me, women to boast of those favours which they were as willing to impart. First forms all the difficulty with them, as I do receive. I was upbraided with ingratitude, dastardized, and all my difficulties with my angel charged upon myself, for want of following my blows, and for leaving the proud lady mistress of her own will, and nothing to reproach herself with. And all agreed that the arts used against her on a certain occasion had too high an operation for them or me to judge what her will would have been in the arduous trial. And then they blamed one another, as I cursed them all. They concluded that I should certainly marry and be a lost man, and Sally on this occasion, with an affected and malicious laugh, snapped her fingers at me, and pointing two of each hand forkedly at me, bid me remember the lines I once showed her of my favourite Jack Dryden, as she always familiarly calls that celebrated poet. We women to new joys unseen may move. There are no prints left in the path of love. All goods besides by public marks are known, but those men most desire to keep have none. This infernal implement had the confidence further to hint that, when a wife, some other man would not find half the difficulty with my angel that I had found. Confidence indeed! But yet I must say, if a man gives himself up to the company of these devils, they never let him rest till he either suspects or hate his wife. But a word or two of other matters, if possible. Methinks I long to know how causes go at M. Hall. I have another private intimation that the old peer is in the greatest danger. I must go down. Yet what to do with this lady the meanwhile? These cursed women are full of cruelty and enterprise. She will never be easy with them in my absence. They will have provocation and pretence therefore. But woe be to them if— Yet what will vengeance do after an insult committed? The two nymphs will have jealous rage to goad them on, and what will withhold a jealous and already ruined woman? To let her go elsewhere, that cannot be done. I am still too resolved to be honest if she'll give me hope, if yet she'll let me be honest. But I'll see how she'll be after the contention she will certainly have between her resentment and the terror she has reason for from our last conversation. So let this subject rest till the morning. And to the old peer once more. I shall have a good deal of trouble, I reckon, though no sordid man, to be decent on the expected occasion. Then how to act, I, who am no hypocrite, in the days of condolement? What farce have I to go through, and to be the principal actor in them? I'll try to think of my own latter end, a grey beard and a graceless air, in order to make me serious. Thou, Belford, knowest a good deal of this sort of grimace, and canst help a gay heart to a little of the dismal. But then every feature of thy face is cut out for it. My heart may be touched perhaps sooner than thine, for believe me or not, I have a very tender one. But then no man looking into my face, be the occasion for grief ever so great, will believe that heart to be deeply distressed. All is placid, easy, serene in my countenance. Sorrow cannot sit half an hour together upon it. Nay, I believe that Lord M.'s recovery, should it happen, would not affect me above 1/4 of an hour. Only the new scenery, and the pleasure of aping an Heraclitus to the family, while I am a Democritus among my private friends, or I want nothing that the old peer can leave me. Wherefore then should grief sadden and distort such blithe, such jocund features as mine? But as for thine, were there murder committed in the street, and thou wert but passing by, the murderer even in sight, the pursuers would quit him, and lay hold of thee, and thy very looks would hang, as well as apprehend thee. But one word to business, Jack. Whom dealest thou with for thy blacks? Wert thou well used? I shall want a plaguy parcel of them, for I intend to make every soul of the family mourn. Outside, if not in. End of Letter 32. Letter 33 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. By Samuel Richardson. Letter 33. Mr. Lovelace, to John Belford, Esquire, June 23rd, Friday morning. I went out early this morning, on a design that I know not yet whether I shall or shall not pursue, and on my return found Simon Parsons, my lord's Berkshire bailiff, just before arrived, awaiting for me with a message in form, sent by all the family, to press me to go down, and that at my lord's particular desire, who wants to see me before he dies. Simon has brought my lord's chariot and 6, perhaps my own by this time, to carry me down. I have ordered it to be in readiness by 4 to morrow morning. the cattle shall smoke for the delay, and by the rest they'll have in the interim will be better able to bear it. I am still resolved upon matrimony, if my fair perverse will accept of me. But if she will not, why then I must give an uninterrupted hearing, not to my conscience, but to these women below. Dorcas had acquainted her lady with Simon's arrival and errand. My beloved had desired to see him, but my coming in prevented his attendance on her, just as Dorcas was instructing him what questions he should not answer to that might be asked of him. I am to be admitted to her presence immediately, at my repeated request. Surely the acquisition in view will help me to make up all with her. She has just gone up to the dining‐room. Nothing will do, Jack. I can procure no favour from her, though she has obtained from me the point which she had set her heart upon. I will give thee a brief account of what passed between us. I first proposed instant marriage, and this in the most fervent manner, but was denied as fervently. Would she be pleased to assure me that she would stay here only till Tuesday morning? I would but just go down to see how my lord was, to know whether he had anything particular to say or enjoin me, while yet he was sensible, as he was very earnest to see me. Perhaps I might be up on Sunday. Concede in something, I beseech you, madam. Show me some little consideration. Why, Mr. Lovelace, must I be determined by your motions? Think you that I will voluntarily give a sanction to the imprisonment of my person? Of what importance to me ought to be your stay or your return? Give a sanction to the imprisonment of your person? Do you think, madam, that I fear the law? I might have spared this foolish question of defiance, but my pride would not let me. I thought she threatened me, Jack. I don't think you fear the law, sir. You are too brave to have any regard either to moral or divine sanctions. 'Tis well, madam. But ask me any thing I can do to oblige you, and I will oblige you, although in nothing will you oblige me. Then I ask you, then I request of you, to let me go to Hampstead. I paused, and at last, by my soul you shall, this very moment. I will wait upon you, and see you fixed there, if you'll promise me your hand on Thursday in presence of your uncle. I want not you to see me fixed. I will promise nothing. Take care, madam, that you don't let me see that I can have no reliance upon your future favour. I have been used to be threatened by you, sir, but I will accept of your company to Hampstead. I will be ready to go in 1/4 of an hour. My clothes may be sent after me. You know the condition, madam, next Thursday. You dare not trust. My infinite demerits tell me that I ought not. Nevertheless, I will confide in your generosity. To‐morrow morning, no new cause arising to give reason to the contrary, as early as you please, you may go to Hampstead. This seemed to oblige her, but yet she looked with a face of doubt. I will go down to the women, Belford, and having no better judges at hand, will hear what they say upon my critical situation with this proud beauty, who has so insolently rejected a Lovelace, kneeling at her feet, though making an earnest tender of himself for a husband, in spite of all his prejudices to the state of shackles. End of Letter 33. Letter 34 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. A Letter 34. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire. Just come from the women. Have I gone so far, and am I afraid to go farther? Have I not already, as is evident by her behaviour, sinned beyond forgiveness? A woman's tears used to be to me but as water sprinkled on a glowing fire, which gives it a fiercer and brighter blaze. What defence has this lady but her tears and her eloquence? She was before taken at no weak advantage. She was insensible in her moments of trial. Had she been sensible, she must have been sensible, so they say. The methods taken with her have augmented her glory and her pride. She has now a tale to tell, that she may tell with honour to herself. No accomplice inclination. She can look me into confusion, without being conscious of so much as a thought which she need to be ashamed of. This, Jack, is the substance of the women's reasonings with me. To which let me add, that the dear creature now sees the necessity I am in to leave her. Detecting me is in her head. My contrivances are of such a nature that I must appear to be the most odious of men if I am detected on this side matrimony. And yet I have promised, as thou seest, that she shall set out to Hampstead as soon as she pleases in the morning, and that without condition on her side. Dost thou ask what I meant by this promise? No new cause arising was the proviso on my side, thou'lt remember. But there will be a new cause. Suppose Dorcas should drop the promissory note given her by her lady. Servants, especially those who cannot read or write, are the most careless people in the world of written papers. Suppose I take it up, at a time, too, that I was determined that the dear creature should be her own mistress. Will not this detection be a new cause? A cause that will carry with it against her the appearance of ingratitude. That she designed it a secret to me argues a fear of detection, and indirectly a sense of guilt. I wanted a pretence. Can I have a better? If I am in a violent passion upon the detection, is not passion an universally allowed extenuator of violence? Is not every man and woman obliged to excuse that fault in another, which at times they find attended with such ungovernable effects in themselves? The mother and sisterhood, suppose, brought to sit in judgment upon the vile corrupted, the least benefit that must accrue from the accidental discovery, if not a pretence for perpetration, which, however, may be the case, an excuse for renewing my orders for her detention till my return from M. Hall, the fault her own, and for keeping a stricter watch over her than before, with direction to send me any letters that may be written by her or to her. And when I return, the devil's in it, if I find not a way to make her choose lodgings for herself, since these are so hateful to her, that shall answer all my purposes, and yet I no more appear to direct her choice than I did before in these. Thou wilt curse me when thou comest to this place. I know thou wilt. But thinkest thou that after such a series of contrivance I will lose this inimitable woman for want of a little more? A rake's a rake, Jack, and what rake is withheld by principle from the perpetration of any evil his heart is set upon, and in which he thinks he can succeed? Besides, am I not in earnest as to marriage? Will not the generality of the world acquit me if I do marry? And what is that injury which a church rite will not at any time repair? Is not the catastrophe of every story that ends in wedlock accounted happy, be the difficulties in the progress of it ever so great? But here, how am I engrossed by this lady, while poor Lord M., as Simon tells me, lies groaning in the most dreadful agonies? What must he suffer? Heaven relieve him! I have a too compassionate heart, and so would the dear creature have found, could I have thought that the worst of her sufferings is equal to the lightest of his. I mean as to fact, for as to that part of hers which arises from extreme sensibility, I know nothing of that, and cannot therefore be answerable for it. End of Letter 34. Letter 35 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 35. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire. Just come from my charmer. She will not suffer me to say half the obliging, the tender things, which my honest heart is ready to overflow with. A confounded situation that, when a man finds himself in humour to be eloquent and pathetic at the same time, yet cannot engage the mistress of his fate to lend an ear to his fine speeches. I can account now how it comes about that lovers, when their mistresses are cruel, run into solitude, and disburthen their minds to stocks and stones. For am I not forced to make my complaints to thee? She claimed the performance of my promise the moment she saw me, of permitting her, haughtily she spoke the word, to go to Hampstead as soon as I was gone to Bucks. Most cheerfully I renewed it. She desired me to give orders in her hearing. I sent for Dorcas and Will. They came. Do you both take notice, but perhaps, sir, I may take you with me, that your lady is to be obeyed in all her commands. She purposes to return to Hampstead as soon as I am gone. My dear, will you not have a servant to attend you? I shall want no servant there. Will you take Dorcas? If I should want Dorcas, I can send for her. Dorcas could not but say, she should be very proud. Well, well, that may be at my return, if your lady permit. Shall I, my dear, call up Mrs. Sinclair, and give her orders to the same effect in your hearing? I desire not to see Mrs. Sinclair, nor any that belong to her. As you please, madam. And then, the servants being withdrawn, I urged her again for the assurance that she would meet me at the altar on Thursday next. But to no purpose. May she not thank herself for all that may follow? One favour, however, I would not be denied, to be admitted to pass the evening with her. All sweetness and obsequiousness will I be on this occasion. My whole soul shall be poured out to move her to forgive me. If she will not, and if the promissory note should fall in my way, my revenge will doubtless take total possession of me. All the house in my interest, and every one in it not only engaging to intimidate and assist, as occasion shall offer, but staking all their experience upon my success, if it be not my own fault, what must be the consequence? This, Jack, however, shall be her last trial, and if she behave as nobly in and after this second attempt, all her senses about her, as she has done after the first, she will come out an angel upon full proof, in spite of man, woman, and devil. Then shall there be an end of all her sufferings. I will then renounce that vanquished devil, and reform. And if any vile machination start up, presuming to mislead me, I will sooner stab it in my heart as it rises, than give way to it. A few hours will now decide all. But whatever be the event, I shall be too busy to write again till I get to M. Hall. Meantime I am in strange agitations. I must suppress them, if possible, before I venture into her presence. My heart bounces my bosom from the table. I will lay down my pen, and wholly resign to its impulses. End of Letter 35. Letter 36 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 36. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire, Friday night, or rather sat morn, 1 o'clock. I thought I should not have had either time or inclination to write another line before I got to M. Hall. But having the first, must find the last, since I can neither sleep nor do anything but write, if I can do that. I am most confoundedly out of humour. The reason let it follow, if it will follow, nor preparation for it from me. I tried by gentleness and love to soften what? Marble. A heart incapable either of love or gentleness, her past injuries for ever in her head, ready to receive a favour, the permission to go to Hampstead, but neither to deserve it nor return any. So my scheme of the gentle kind was soon given over. I then wanted to provoke her, like a coward boy, who waits for the first blow before he can persuade himself to fight. I half challenged her to challenge or defy me. She seemed aware of her danger, and would not directly brave my resentment, but kept such a middle course, that I neither could find a pretence to offend, nor reason to hope. Yet she believed my tale, that her uncle would come to Kentish town, and seemed not to apprehend that Tomlinson was an impostor. She was very uneasy upon the whole in my company, wanted often to break from me, yet so held me to my purpose of permitting her to go to Hampstead, that I knew not how to get off it, though it was impossible in my precarious situation with her to think of performing it. In this situation, the women ready to assist, and if I proceeded not, as ready to ridicule me, what had I left me but to pursue the concerted scheme, and to seek a pretence to quarrel with her, in order to revoke my promised permission, and to convince her that I would not be upbraided as the most brutal of ravishers for nothing? I had agreed with the women that if I could not find a pretence in her presence to begin my operations, the note should lie in my way, and I was to pick it up soon after her retiring from me. But I began to doubt at near 10 o'clock, so earnest was she to leave me, suspecting my over-warm behaviour to her, and eager grasping of her hand 2 or 3 times, with eye-strings, as I felt, on the strain, while her eyes showed uneasiness and apprehension, that if she actually retired for the night, it might be a chance whether it would be easy to come at her again. Loath therefore to run such a risk, I stepped out a little after 10, with intent to alter the preconcerted disposition a little, saying I would attend her again instantly. But as I returned, I met her at the door, intending to withdraw for the night. I could not persuade her to go back, nor had I presence of mind so full of complaisance as I was to her just before, to stay her by force, so she slid through my hands into her own apartment. I had nothing to do, therefore, but to let my former concert take place. I should have promised, but care not for order of time, connection, or anything else, that between 8 and 9 in the evening another servant of Lord M. on horseback came, to desire me to carry down with me Dr. S., the old peer, having been once in extremis, as they judge he is now, relieved and reprieved by him. I sent and engaged the doctor to accompany me down, and am to call upon him by 4 this morning, or the devil should have both my lord and the doctor, if I'd stir till I got all made up. Poke thy damned nose forward into the event, if thou wilt. Curse me, if thou shalt have it till its proper time and place, and too soon then. She had hardly got into her chamber, but I found a little paper, as I was going into mine, which I took up, and opening it, for it was carefully pinned in another paper, what should it be but a promissory note, given as a bribe, with a further promise of a diamond ring, to induce Dorcas to favour her mistress's escape. How my temper changed in a moment! Ring, 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 ring I my bell, with a violence enough to break the string, and as if the house were on fire. Every devil frighted into active life, the whole house in an uproar. Up runs Will. Sir, 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 eyes goggling, mouth distended. Bid the damned toad Dorcas come hither, as I stood at the stair-head, in a horrible rage, and out of breath, cried I. In sight came the trembling devil, but standing aloof from the report made her by Will of the passion I was in, as well as from what she had heard. Flash came out my sword immediately, for I had it ready on. Cursed, confounded, villainous bribery and corruption! Up runs she to her lady's door, screaming out for safety and protection. Good your honour, interposed Will, for God's sake, O Lord, receiving a good cuff. Take that, varlet, for saving the ungrateful wretch from my vengeance. Wretch, I intended to say, but if it were some other word of like ending, passion must be my excuse. Up ran 2 or 3 of the sisterhood. What's the matter? What's the matter? The matter! For still my beloved opened not the door. On the contrary, drew another bolt. This abominable Dorcas! Call her aunt up. Let her see what a traitress she has placed about me, and let her bring the toad to answer for herself, has taken a bribe, a provision for life, to betray her trust, by that means to perpetuate a quarrel between a man and his wife, and frustrate for ever all hope of reconciliation between us. Let me perish, Belford, if I have patience to proceed with the farce. If I must resume, I must. Up came the aunt, puffing and blowing. As she hoped for mercy, she was not privy to it. She never knew such a plotting perverse lady in her life. Well might servants be at the pass they were, when such ladies as Mrs. Lovelace made no conscience of corrupting them. For her part, she desired no mercy for the wretch, no niece of hers, if she were not faithful to her trust. But what was the proof? She was shown the paper. But too evident. Cursed, cursed toad, devil, jade, passed from each mouth, and the vileness of the corrupted and the unworthiness of the corruptress were inveighed against. Up we all went, passing the lady's door, into the dining-room, to proceed to trial. Stamp, stamp, stamp up, each on her heels. Rave, 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 every tongue. Bring up the creature before us all this instant. And would she have got out of the house, say you? These the noises and the speeches, as we clattered by the door of the fair bribress. Up was brought Dorcas, whimpering, between 2, both bawling out, You must go, you shall go, 'tis fit you should answer for yourself. You are a discredit to all worthy servants, as they pulled and pushed her upstairs, she whining, I cannot see his honour, I cannot look so good and so generous a gentleman in the face. O how shall I bear my aunt's raving? Come up and be damned. Bring her forward, her imperial judge. What a plague! It is the detection, not the crime, that compounds you. You could be quiet enough for days together, as I see by the date under the villainy. Tell me, ungrateful devil, tell me who made the first advances. I, disgrace to my family and blood, cried the old one. Tell his honour, tell the truth, who made the first advances. I, cursed creature, cried Sally, who made the first advances. I have betrayed one trust already. O let me not betray another. My lady is a good lady. O let not her suffer. Tell all you know. Tell the whole truth, Dorcas, cried Polly Horton. His honour loves his lady too well to make her suffer much, little as she requites his love. Everybody sees that, cried Sally, too well indeed for his honour, I was going to say. Till now I thought she deserved my love, but to bribe a servant thus, who she supposed had orders to watch her steps for fear of another elopement, and to impute that precaution to me as a crime. Yet I must love her. Ladies, forgive my weakness. Curse upon my grimaces, if I have patience to repeat them. But thou shalt have it all. Thou canst not despise me more than I despise myself. But suppose, sir, said Sally, you have my lady and the wench face to face. You see she cares not to confess. O my carelessness, cried Dorcas, don't let my poor lady suffer. Indeed, if you all knew what I know, you would say her ladyship has been cruelly treated. See, 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 repeatedly, every one at once. Only sorry for the detection, as your honour said, not for the fault. Cursed creature and devilish creature, from every mouth. Your lady won't, she dare not come out to save you, cried Sally, though it is more his honour's mercy than your desert, if he does not cut your vile throat this instant. Say, repeated Polly, was it your lady that made the first advances, or was it you, you creature? If the lady had so much honour, bawled the mother, excuse me, sir, confound the old wretch, she had like to have said son. If the lady has so much honour as we have supposed, she will appear to vindicate a poor servant misled as she has been by such large promises. But I hope, sir, you will do them both justice. I hope you will. Good lack, clapping her hands together, to grant her everything she could ask, to indulge her in her unworthy hatred to my poor innocent house, to let her go to Hampstead, though your honour told us you could get no condescension from her, no, not the least. O sir, I hope, if your lady will not come out, I hope you will find a way to hear this cause in her presence. I value not my doors on such an occasion as this. Justice I ever loved. I desire you will come to the bottom of it in clearance to me. I'll be sworn I had no privity in this black corruption. Just then we heard the lady's door unbar, unlock, unbolt. Now, sir, now, Mr. Lovelace, now, sir, from every encouraging mouth. But, oh, Jack, I can write no more. If you must have it all, you must. Now, Belford, see us all sitting in judgment, resolved to punish the fair bribress. I and the mother, the hitherto dreaded mother, the nieces Sally, Polly, the traitress Dorcas, and Mabel, a guard, as it were, over Dorcas, that she might not run away and hide herself, all predetermined, and of necessity predetermined, from the journey I was going to take, and my precarious situation with her, and hear her unbolt, unlock, unbar the door, then, as it proved afterwards, put the key into the lock on the outside, lock the door, and put it in her pocket. Will, I knew, below, who would give me notice if, while we were all above, she should mistake her way, and go downstairs, instead of coming into the dining‐room, the street door also doubly secured, and every shutter to the windows round the house fastened, that no noise or screaming should be heard. Such was the brutal preparation. And then hear her step towards us, and instantly see her enter among us, confiding in her own innocence, and with a majesty in her person and manner that is natural to her, but which then shone out in all its glory. Every tongue silent, every eye awed, every heart quaking, mine in a particular manner sunk, throbless, and twice below its usual region, to once at my throat. A shameful recreant. She silent too, looking round her, first on me, then on the mother, no longer fearing her, then on Sally, Polly, and the culprit Dorcas. Such the glorious power of innocence exerted at that awful moment. She would have spoken, but could not, looking down my guilt into confusion. A mouse might have been heard passing over the floor. Her own light feet and rustling silks could not have prevented it, for she seemed to tread air and to be all soul. She passed backwards and forwards, now towards me, now towards the door several times, before speech could get the better of indignation, and at last, after twice or thrice humming to recover her articulate voice, O thou contemptible and abandoned Lovelace, thinkest thou that I see not through this poor villanous plot of thine, and of these thy wicked accomplices? Thou woman, looking at the mother, once my terror, always my dislike, but now my detestation, shouldst once more, for thine perhaps was the preparation, have provided for me intoxicating potions to rob me of my senses. And then thus, wretch, turning to me, mightest thou more securely have depended upon such a low contrivance as this. And ye, vile women, who perhaps have been the ruined body and soul of hundreds of innocents, you show me how in full assembly. Know that I am not married, ruined as I am by your help. I bless God I am not married to this miscreant. And I have friends that will demand my honour at your hands, and to whose authority I will apply, for none has this man over me, Look to it, then, what farther insults you offer me, or incite him to offer me. I am a person, though thus vilely betrayed, of rank and fortune. I never will be his, and to your utter ruin will find friends to pursue you. And now I have this full proof of your detestable wickedness, and have heard your base incitements, will have no mercy upon you. They could not laugh at the poor figure I made. Lord, how every devil, conscience shaken, trembled! What a dejection must ever fall to the lot of guilt, were it given to innocence always thus to exert itself! And as for thee, thou vile Dorcas, thou double deceiver, whining out thy pretended love for me, begone, wretch! Nobody will hurt thee. Begone, I say. Thou hast too well acted thy part to be blamed by any here but myself. Thou art safe. Thy guilt is thy security in such a house as this. Thy shameful, thy poor part, thou hast as well acted as the low farce could give thee to act, as well as they, each of them, thy superiors, though not thy betters, thou seest, can act theirs. Steal away into darkness. No inquiry after this will be made whose the first advances, thine or mine. And as I hoped to live, the wench, confoundedly frightened, slunk away. So did her sentinel Mabell, though I, endeavouring to rally, cried out for Dorcas to stay. But I believe the devil could not have stopped her when an angel bid her begone. Madam, said I, let me tell you, and was advancing towards her with a fierce aspect, most cursedly vexed, and ashamed too. But she turned to me. Stop where thou art, O vilest and most abandoned of men! Stop where thou art, nor with that determined face offer to touch me, if thou wouldst not that I should be a corpse at thy feet. To my astonishment, she held forth a penknife in her hand, the point to her own bosom, grasping resolutely the whole handle, so that there was no offering to take it from her. I offer not mischief to any body but myself. You, sir, and ye women, are safe from every violence of mine. The law shall be all my resource, the law. And she spoke the word with emphasis, the law, that to such people carries natural terror with it, and now struck a panic into them. No wonder, since those who will damn themselves to procure ease and plenty in this world will tremble at everything that seems to threaten their methods of obtaining that ease and plenty. The law only shall be my refuge. The infamous mother whispered me that it were better to make terms with this strange lady, and let her go. Sally, notwithstanding all her impudent bravery at other times, said, if Mr. Lovelace had told them what was not true of her being his wife, and Polly Horton, that she must needs say, the lady, if she were not my wife, had been very much injured, that was all. "That is not now a matter to be disputed," cried I. "You and I know, madam." "We do," said she, "and I thank God I am not thine. Once more I thank God for it. I have no doubt of the farther baseness that thou hast intended me by this vile and low trick. But I have my senses, Lovelace, and from my heart I despise thee, thou very poor Lovelace. How canst thou stand in my presence, thou that— "Madam, madam, madam, these are insults not to be borne," and was approaching her. She withdrew to the door, and set her back against it, holding the pointed knife to her heaving bosom, while the women held me, beseeching me not to provoke the violent lady. For their house sake, and be cursed to them, they besought me, and all three hung upon me, while the truly heroic lady braved me at that distance. Approach me, Lovelace, with resentment, if thou wilt. I dare die. It is in defence of my honour. God will be merciful to my poor soul. I expect no more mercy from thee. I have gained this distance, and 2 steps nearer me, and thou shalt see what I dare do. Leave me, women, to myself, and to my angel." They retired at a distance. "O my beloved creature, how you terrify me!" holding out my arms, and kneeling on one knee. "Not a step, not a step farther, except to receive my death at that injured hand, which is thus held up against a life far dearer to me than my own. I am a villain, the blackest of villains. Say you will sheath your knife in the injurer's, not the injured's heart, and then will I indeed approach you, but not else." The mother twanged a damned nose, and Sally and Polly pulled out their handkerchiefs and turned from us. They never in their lives, they told me afterwards, beheld such a scene. Innocence so triumphant, villainy so debased, they must mean. Unawares to myself, I had moved onward to my angel. "And dost thou still disclaiming, still advancing, dost thou still insidiously move towards me?" And her hand was extended. I dare not rashly neither. My heart from principle abhors the act which thou makest necessary. God in thy mercy, lifting up her eyes and hands, God in thy mercy. I threw myself to the farther end of the room, an ejaculation, a silent ejaculation, employing her thoughts that moment. Polly says the whites of her lovely eyes were only visible, and in the instant that she extended her hand assuredly to strike the fatal blow, how the very recital terrifies me, she cast her eye towards me, and saw me at the utmost distance the room would allow, and heard my broken voice. My voice was utterly broken, nor knew I what I said, or whether to the purpose or not, and her charming cheeks, that were all in a glow before, turned pale, as if terrified at her own purpose, and lifting up her eyes, "Thank God," said the angel, "delivered for the present delivered from myself. Keep, sir, that distance," looking down towards me, who was prostrate on the floor, my heart pierced as with 100 daggers. That distance has saved a life, to what reserved the Almighty only knows. to be happy, madam, and to make happy, and oh, let me hope for your favour for to‐morrow. I will put off my journey till then, and may God— Swear not, sir, with an awful and piercing aspect. You have too often sworn. God's eye is upon us, his more immediate eye, and looked wildly. But the women looked up to the ceiling, as if afraid of God's eye, and trembled, and well they might, and I too, who so very lately had each of us the devil in our hearts. If not to‐morrow, madam, say but next Thursday, your uncle's birthday, say but next Thursday. This I say, of this you may assure yourself, I never, never will be yours, and let me hope that I may be entitled to the performance of your promise, to be permitted to leave this innocent house, as one called it, but long have my ears been accustomed to such inversions of words, as soon as the day breaks. Did my perdition depend upon it, that you cannot, madam, but upon terms, and I hope you will not terrify me, still dreading the accursed knife. Nothing less than an attempt upon my honour shall make me desperate. I have no view but to defend my honour. With such a view only I entered into treaty with your infamous agent below. The resolution you have seen, I trust God will give me again upon the same occasion. But for a less I wish not for it. Only take notice, women, that I am no wife of this man. Basely as he has used me, I am not his wife. He has no authority over me. If he go away by and by, and you act by his authority to detain me, look to it. Then, taking one of the lights, she turned from us, and away she went unmolested. Not a soul was able to molest her. Mabel saw her tremblingly, and in a hurry take the key of her chamber door out of her pocket and unlock it, and as soon as she entered, heard her double lock, bar and bolt it. By her taking out her key when she came out of her chamber to us, she no doubt suspected my design, which was to have carried her in my arms thither, if she made such force necessary, after I had intimidated her, and to have been her companion for that night. She was to have had several bedchamber women to assist to undress her upon occasion. But from the moment she entered the dining‐room with so much intrepidity, it was absolutely impossible to think of prosecuting my villainous designs against her. This, Belford, was the hand I made of a contrivance from which I expected so much, and now I am 10 times worse off than before. Thou never sawest people in thy life look so like fools upon one another as the mother, her partners, and I did for a few minutes, and at last the 2 devilish nymphs broke out into insulting ridicule upon me, while the old wretch was concerned for her house, the reputation of her house. I cursed them all together, and retiring to my chamber, locked myself in. And now it is time to set out. All I have gained, detection, disgrace, fresh guilt by repeated perjuries, and to be despised by her I dote upon, and what is still worse to a proud heart, by myself. Success in projects is everything. What an admirable contriver did I think myself till now, even for this scheme among the rest! but how pitifully foolish does it now appear to me! Scratch out, erase, never to be read, every part of my preceding letters where I have boastingly mentioned it, and never presume to rally me upon the cursed subject, for I cannot bear it. But for the lady, by my soul, I love her, I admire her more than ever. I must have her, I will have her still, with honour or without, as I have often vowed. My cursed fright at her accidental bloody nose so lately put her upon improving upon me thus. Had she threatened me, I should have soon been master of one arm, and in both. But for so sincere a virtue to threaten herself, and not to offer to intimidate any other, and with so much presence of mind, as to distinguish in the very passionate intention the necessity of the act, defence of her honour, and so fairly to disavow lesser occasions, showed such a deliberation, such a choice, such a principle, and then keeping me so watchfully at a distance, that I could not seize her hand so soon as she could have given the fatal blow. How impossible not to be subdued by so true and so discreet a magnanimity! But she is not gone. She shall not go. I will press her with letters for the Thursday. She shall yet be mine, legally mine, for as to cohabitation, there is no such thing to be thought of. The Captain shall give her away as proxy for her uncle. My Lord will die. My fortune will help my will, and set me above every thing and every body. But here is the curse. She despises me, Jack. What man, as I have heretofore said, can bear to be despised, especially by his wife? O Lord, what a hand, what a cursed hand, have I made of this plot! And here ends the history of the lady and the penknife. The devil take the penknife! It goes against me to say, God bless the lady. Near 5. Sat morn. End of Letter 36. Letter 37 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 37. Mr. Lovelace to Miss Clarissa Harlowe, superscribed to Mrs. Lovelace, M. Hall, Sat. Night, June 24. My dearest life, if you do not impute to love, and to terror raised by love, the poor figure I made before you last night, you will not do me justice. I thought I would try to the very last moment if, by complying with you in every thing, I could prevail upon you to promise to be mine on Thursday next, since you refused me an earlier day. Could I have been so happy you had not been hindered going to Hampstead, or wherever else you pleased? But when I could not prevail upon you to give me this assurance, what room had I, my demerit so great, to suppose that your going thither would not be to lose you for ever? I will own to you, madam, that yesterday afternoon I picked up the paper dropped by Dorcas, who has confessed that she would have assisted you in getting away if she had had opportunity so to do, and undoubtedly dropped it by accident. And could I have prevailed upon you as to Thursday next, I would have made no use of it, secure as I should have been in your word given to be mine. But when I found you inflexible, I was resolved to try if, by resenting Dorcas's treachery, I could not make your pardon of me the condition of mine to her, and if not, to make a handle of it, to revoke my consent to your going away from Mrs. Sinclair's, since the consequence of that must have been so fatal to me. So far, indeed, was my proceeding low and artful, and when I was challenged with it, as such, in so high and noble a manner, I could not avoid taking shame to myself upon it. But you must permit me, madam, to hope that you will not punish me too heavily for so poor a contrivance, since no dishonour was meant you, and since in the moment of its execution you had as great an instance of my incapacity to defend a wrong, a low measure, and, at the same time, in your power over me as mortal man could give. In a word, since you must have seen that I was absolutely under the control both of conscience and of love, I will not offer to defend myself for wishing you to remain where you are, till either you give me your word to meet me at the altar on Thursday, or till I have the honour of attending you, preparative to the solemnity which will make that day the happiest of my life. I am but too sensible that this kind of treatment may appear to you with the face of an arbitrary and illegal imposition, but as the consequences, not only to ourselves, but to both our families, may be fatal, if you cannot be moved in my favour, let me beseech you to forgive this act of compulsion, on the score of the necessity you, your dear self, have laid me under to be guilty of it, and to permit the solemnity of next Thursday to include an act of oblivion for all past offences. The orders I have given to the people of the house are, that you shall be obeyed in every particular that is consistent with my expectations of finding you there on my return on Wednesday next; that Mrs. Sinclair and her nieces, having incurred your just displeasure, shall not, without your orders, come into your presence; that neither shall Dorcas, till she has fully cleared her conduct to your satisfaction, be permitted to attend you; but Mabell in her place, of whom you seemed some time ago to express some liking, will I have left behind me to attend your commands. If he be either negligent or impertinent, your dismission shall be a dismission of him from my service for ever. But as to letters which may be sent to you, or any which you may have to send, I must humbly entreat that none such pass from or to you for the few days that I shall be absent. But I do assure you, madam, that the seals of both sorts shall be sacred, and the letters, if such be sent, shall be given into your own hands the moment the ceremony is performed, or before it, if you require it. Meantime, I will inquire, and send you word, how Miss Howe does, and to what, if I can be informed, her long silence is owing. Dr. Perkins I found here, attending my Lord, when I arrived with Dr. S. He acquaints me that your father, mother, uncles, and the still less worthy persons of your family, are well, and intend to be all at your uncle Harlowe's next week, I presume with intent to keep his anniversary. This can make no alteration, but a happy one, as to persons on Thursday, because Mr. Tomlinson assured me that if anything fell out to hinder your uncle's coming up in person, which, however, he did not then expect, he would be satisfied if his friend the captain were proxy for him. I shall send a man and horse to-morrow to the captain, to be at greater certainty. I send this by a special messenger, who will wait your pleasure in relation to the impatiently wished-for Thursday, which I humbly hope will be signified by a line. My Lord, though hardly sensible, and unmindful of every thing but of your felicity, desires his most affectionate compliments to you. He has in readiness to present to you a very valuable set of jewels, which he hopes will be acceptable, whether he lives to see you adorn them or not. Lady Sarah and Lady Betty have also their tokens of respect ready to court your acceptance. But may Heaven incline you to give the opportunity of receiving their personal compliments, and those of my cousins Montague, before the next week be out. His Lordship is exceeding ill. Dr. S. has no hopes of him. The only consolation I can have for the death of a relation who loves me so well, if he do die, must arise from the additional power it will put into my hands of showing how much I am, my dearest life, your ever affectionate, faithful Lovelace. End of Letter 37. Letter 38. Mr. Lovelace to Miss Clarissa Harlowe, superscribed to Mrs. Lovelace. M. Hall, Sunday night, June 25th. My dearest love, I cannot find words to express how much I am mortified at the return of my messenger without a line from you. Thursday is so near that I will send messenger after messenger every 4 hours till I have a favourable answer, the one to meet the other till its eve arrives, to know if I may venture to appear in your presence with the hope of having my wishes answered on that day. Your love, madam, I neither expect nor ask for, nor will, till my future behaviour gives you cause to think I deserve it. All I at present presume to wish is, to have it in my power to do you all the justice I can now do you, and to your generosity will I leave it, to reward me as I shall merit, with your affection. At present, revolving my poor behaviour of Friday night before you, I think I should sooner choose to go to my last audit, unprepared for it as I am, than to appear in your presence, unless you give me some hope that I shall be received as your elected husband, rather than, however deserved, as a detested criminal. Let me therefore propose an expedient, in order to spare my own confusion, and to spare you the necessity for that soul-harrowing recrimination which I cannot stand, and which must be disagreeable to yourself, to name the church, and I will have everything in readiness, so that our next interview will be, in a manner, at the very altar, and then you will have the kind husband to forgive for the faults of the ungrateful lover. If your resentment be still too high to write more, let it only be in your own dear hand these words, St. Martin's Church, Thursday, or these, St. Giles's Church, Thursday, nor will I insist upon any inscription or subscription, or so much as the initials of your name. This shall be all the favour I will expect, till the dear hand itself is given to mine, in presence of that being whom I invoke as a witness of the inviolable faith and honour of your adoring Lovelace. End of Letter 38. Letter 39 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 39. Mr. Lovelace to Miss Clarissa Harlowe. Superscribed to Mrs. Lovelace. M. Hall, Monday, June 26. Once more, my dearest love, do I conjure you to send me the 4 requested words. There is no time to be lost, and I would not have next Thursday go over without being entitled to call you mine for the world, and that as well for your sake as for my own. Hitherto all that has passed is between you and me only, but after Thursday, if my wishes are unanswered, the whole will be before the world. My lord is extremely ill, and endures not to have me out of his sight for 1/2 hour. But this shall not have the least weight with me, if you be pleased to hold out the olive branch to me in the 4 requested words. I have the following intelligence from Captain Tomlinson. All your family are at your uncle Harlowe's. Your uncle finds he cannot go up, and names Captain Tomlinson for his proxy. He proposes to keep all your family with him till the captain assures him that the ceremony is over. Already he has begun with hope of success to try to reconcile your mother to you. My Lord M. but just now has told me how happy he should think himself to have an opportunity before he dies to salute you as his niece. I have put him in hopes that he shall see you, and have told him that I will go to town on Wednesday, in order to prevail upon you to accompany me down on Thursday or Friday. I have ordered a set to be in readiness to carry me up, and were not my lord so very ill, my cousin Montague tells me that she would offer her attendance on you. If you please, therefore, we can set out for this place the moment the solemnity is performed. Do not, dearest creature, dissipate all those promising appearances, and by refusing to save your own and your family's reputation in the eye of the world, use yourself worse than the ungratefullest wretch on earth has used you. For if we were married, all the disgrace you imagine you have suffered while a single lady will be my own, and only known to ourselves. Once more, then, consider well the situation we are both in, and remember, my dearest life, that Thursday will be soon here, and that you have no time to lose. In a letter sent by the messenger whom I dispatch with this, I have desired that my friend Mr. Belford, who is your very great admirer, and who knows all the secrets of my heart, will wait upon you, to know what I am to depend upon as to the chosen day. Surely, my dear, you never could at any time suffer half so much from cruel suspense as I do. If I have not an answer to this, either from your own goodness or through Mr. Belford's intercession, it will be too late for me to set out, and Captain Tomlinson will be disappointed, who goes to town on purpose to attend your pleasure. One motive for the gentle resistance I have presumed to lay you under is, to prevent the mischiefs that might ensue, as probably to the more innocent as to the less, were you to write to anybody, while your passions were so much raised and inflamed against me. Having apprized you of my direction to the women in town on this head, I wonder you should have endeavoured to send a letter to Miss Howe, although in a cover directed to that young lady's servant, as you must think it would be likely to fall into my hands. The lady had made an attempt to send away a letter. The just sense of what I have deserved the contents should be, leaves me no room to doubt what they are. Nevertheless, I return it you enclosed, with the seal, as you will see, unbroken. Relieve, I beseech you, dearest madam, by the fore-requested words, or by Mr. Belford, the anxiety of your ever affectionate and obliged Lovelace. Remember, there cannot be time for further writing, and for coming up by Thursday, your uncle's birthday. End of Letter 39. Letter 40 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 40. Mr. Lovelace, to John Belford, Esquire, Monday, June 26. Thou wilt see the situation I am in with Miss Harlowe, by the enclosed copies of 3 letters, to 2 of which I am so much scorned as not to have 1 word given me in answer, and of the 3rd, now sent by the messenger who brings thee this, I am afraid as little notice will be taken, and if so, her day of grace is absolutely over. One would imagine, so long used to constraint too as she has been, that she might have been satisfied with the triumph she had over us all on Friday night, a triumph that to this hour has sunk my pride and my vanity so much that I almost hate the words plot, contrivance, scheme, and shall mistrust myself in future for every one that rises to my inventive head. But seest thou not that I am under a necessity to continue her at Sinclair's, and to prohibit all her correspondences, now, Belford, as I really, in my present mood, think of nothing less than marrying her, if she let not Thursday slip, I would have thee attend her, in pursuance of the intimation I have given her in my letter of this date, and vow for me, swear for me, bind thy soul to her for my honour, and use what arguments thy friendly heart can suggest, in order to procure me an answer from her, which, as thou wilt see, she may give in 4 words only. And then I purpose to leave Lord M. dangerously ill as he is, and meet her at her appointed church, in order to solemnize. If she will but sign Clarissa Harlowe to thy writing the 4 words, that shall do, for I would not come up to be made a fool of in the face of all my family and friends. If she should let the day go off, I shall be desperate. I am entangled in my own devices, and cannot bear that she should detect me. O that I had been honest! What a devil are all my plots come to! What do they end in but one grand plot upon myself, and a title to eternal infamy and disgrace? But depending on thy friendly offices, I will say no more of this. Let her send me but one line, to treat me as unworthy of her notice, yet be altogether in my power. I cannot, I will not bear that. My lord, as I said, is extremely ill. The doctors give him over. He gives himself over. Those who would not have him die are afraid he will die. But as to myself, I am doubtful. For these long and violent struggles between the constitution and the disease, though the latter has 3 physicians and an apothecary to help it forward, and all 3, as to their prescriptions, of different opinions too, indicate a plaguy habit, and savour more of recovery than death; and the more so, as he has no sharp or acute mental organs to whet out his bodily ones, and to raise his fever above the sympathetic helpful one. Thou wilt see in the enclosed what pains I am at to dispatch messengers, who are constantly on the road to meet each other, and one of them to link in the chain with the 4th, whose station is in London, and 5 miles onwards, or till met. But in truth I have some other matters for them to perform at the same time with my lord's banker and his lawyer, which will enable me, if his lordship is so good as to die this bout, to be an overmatch for some of my other relations. I don't mean Charlotte and Patty, for they are noble girls, but others, who have been scratching and clawing under ground like so many moles in my absence, and whose workings I have discovered since I have been down, by the little heaps of dirt they have thrown up. A speedy account of thy commission, dear Jack. The letter travels all night. End of Letter 40.
Letter 41 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Burlinson. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6 by Samuel Richardson. Letter 41. Mr. Belford to Robert Lovelace, Esquire, London, June 27th, Tuesday. You must excuse me, Lovelace, from engaging in the office you would have me undertake, till I can be better assured you really intend honourably at last by this much injured lady. I believe you know your friend Belford too well to think he would be easy with you, or with any man alive, who should seek to make him promise for him what he never intended to perform. And let me tell thee, that I have not much confidence in the honour of a man, who by imitation of Hans, I will only call it, has shown so little regard to the honour of his own relations. Only that thou hast such Jesuitical qualifyings, or I should think thee at last touched with remorse, and brought within view of being ashamed of thy cursed inventions by the ill success of thy last, which I heartily congratulate thee upon. O the divine lady! But I will not aggravate. Nevertheless, when thou writest that in thy present mood thou think'st of marrying, and yet canst so easily change thy mood, when I know thy heart is against the state, that the 4 words thou courtest from the lady are as much to thy purpose as if she wrote 50, since it will show she can forgive the highest injury that can be offered to a woman, and when I recollect how easily thou canst find excuses to postpone, thou must be more explicit a good deal as to thy real intentions and future honour than thou art. For I cannot trust to temporary remorse, which brought on by disappointment too, and not by principle, and the like of which thou hast so often got over. If thou canst convince me time enough for the day that thou mean'st to do honourably by her, in her own sense of the word, or, if not time enough, wilt fix some other day, which thou oughtest to leave to her option, and not bind her down for the Thursday, and the rather as thy pretence for doing so is founded on an absolute fiction, I will then most cheerfully undertake thy cause by person, if she will admit me to her presence, if she will not, by pen. But in this case thou must allow me to be guarantee for thy family, and if so, so much as I value thee, and respect thy skill in all the qualifications of a gentleman, thou mayst depend upon it that I will act up to the character of a guarantee, with more honour than the princes of our day usually do, to their shame be it spoken. Meantime, let me tell thee, that my heart bleeds for the wrong this angelic lady has received, and if thou dost not marry her if she will have thee, and, when married, make her the best and tenderest of husbands, I would rather be a dog, a monkey, a bear, a viper, or a toad, than thee. Command me with honour, and thou shalt find none readier to oblige thee than thy sincere friend John Belford. End of letter 41.
Letter 42 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 42. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire. M. Hall, June 27, Tuesday night, near 12. Yours reached me this moment by an extraordinary push in the messengers. What a man of honour thou of a sudden, and so in the imaginary shape of a guarantee thou threatenest me. Had I not been in earnest as to the lady, I should not have offered to employ thee in the affair, but let me say, that hadst thou undertaken the task, and I hadst afterwards thought fit to change my mind, I should have contented myself to tell thee that that was my mind when thou engagest for me, and to have given thee the reasons for the change, and then left thee to thy own discretion. For never knew I what fear of man was, nor fear of woman neither, till I became acquainted with Miss Clarissa Harlowe, nay, what is most surprising, till I came to have her in my power. And so thou wilt not wait upon the charmer of my heart, but upon terms and conditions. Let it alone, and be cursed, I care not. But so much credit did I give to the value thou expressedst for her, that I thought the office would have been acceptable to thee, as serviceable to me. For what was it, but to endeavour to persuade her to consent to the reparation of her own honour? For what have I done but disgraced myself, and been a thief to my own joys? And if there be a union of hearts, and an intention to solemnize, what is there wanting but the foolish ceremony, and that I still offer? But if she will keep back her hand, If she will make me hold out mine in vain, how can I help it? I write her one more letter, and if, after she has received that, she keeps sullen silence, she must thank herself for what is to follow. But after all, my heart is not wholly hers. I love her beyond expression, and cannot help it. I hope, therefore, she will receive this last tender as I wish. I hope she intends not, like a true woman, to plague and vex and tease me, now she has found her power. If she will take me to mercy, now these remorses are upon me, though I scorn to condition with thee for my sincerity, all her trials, as I have heretofore declared, shall be over, and she shall be as happy as I can make her. For ruminating upon all that has passed between us, from the first hour of our acquaintance till the present, I must pronounce that she is virtue itself, and once more I say, has no equal. As to what you hint, of leaving to her choice another day, do you consider that it will be impossible that my contrivances and stratagems should be much longer concealed? This makes me press that day, though so near, and the more, as I have made so much ado about her uncle's anniversary. If she send me the 4 words, I will spare no fatigue to be in time, if not for the canonical hour at church, for some other hour of the day, in her own apartment, or any other, for money will do every thing, and that I have never spared in this affair. To show thee that I am not at enmity with thee, I enclose the copies of 2 letters, one to her, it is the 4th, and must be the last on the subject, the other to Captain Tomlinson, calculated, as thou wilt see, for him to show her. And now, Jack, interfere in this case or not, thou knowest the mind of R. Lovelace. End of Letter 42. Letter 43 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 43. Mr. Lovelace to Miss Clarissa Harlowe. Superscribed to Mrs. Lovelace. M. Hall, Wed. Morning, 1 o'clock, June 28. Not one line, my dearest life, not one word, in answer to 3 letters I have written. The time is now so short that this must be the last letter that can reach you on this side the important hour that might make us legally one. My friend Mr. Belford is apprehensive that he cannot wait upon you in time, by reason of some urgent affairs of his own. I the less regret the disappointment, because I have procured a more acceptable person, as I hope, to attend you, Captain Tomlinson I mean, to whom I had applied for this purpose before I had Mr. Belford's answer. I was the more solicitous to obtain his favour from him, because of the office he is to take upon him, as I humbly presume to hope, to-morrow. That office obliged him to be in town as this day, and I acquainted him with my unhappy situation with you, and desired that he would show me on this occasion that I had as much of his favour and friendship as your uncle had, since the whole treaty must be broken off, if he could not prevail upon you in my behalf. He will dispatch the messenger directly, whom I propose to meet in person at Slough, either to proceed onward to London with a joyful heart, or to return back to M. Hall with a broken one. I ought not, but cannot help it, to anticipate the pleasure Mr. Tomlinson proposes to himself in acquainting you with the likelihood there is of your mother's seconding your uncle's views; for it seems he has privately communicated to her his laudable intentions, and her resolution depends, as well as his, upon what to‐morrow will produce. Disappoint not then, I beseech you, for 100 persons' sakes, as well as for mine, that uncle and that mother whose displeasure I have heard you so often deplore. You may think it impossible for me to reach London by the canonical hour. If it should, the ceremony may be performed in your own apartments at any time in the day or at night, so that Captain Tomlinson may have it to aver to your uncle that it was performed on his anniversary. Tell but the Captain that you forbid me not to attend you, and that shall be sufficient for bringing to you, on the wings of love, your ever grateful and affectionate Lovelace. End of Letter 43. Letter 44 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 44. To Mr. Patrick M'Donald, at his lodgings at Mr. Brown's peruke-maker, in St. Martin's Lane, Westminster, M. Hall, Wednesday morning, 2 o'clock. Dear M'Donald, the bearer of this has a letter to carry to the lady. See the preceding letter. I have been at the trouble of writing a copy of it, which I enclose, that you may not mistake your cue. You will judge of my reasons for antedating the enclosed sealed one. See the next letter, directed to you by the name of Tomlinson, which you are to show to the lady as in confidence. You will open it, of course. I doubt not your dexterity and management, dear M'Donald, nor your zeal, especially as the hope of cohabitation must now be given up. Impossible to be carried is that scheme. I might break her heart, but not incline her will. Am in earnest, therefore, to marry her, if she let not the day slip. Improve upon the hint of her mother, that may touch her. But John Harlowe, remember, has privately engaged that lady, privately, I say, else, not to mention the reason for her uncle Harlowe's former expedient, you know she might find means to get a letter away to the one or to the other to know the truth, or to Miss Howe to engage her to inquire into it, and if she should, the word privately will account for the uncle's and mother's denying it. However, fail not, as from me, to charge our mother and her nymphs to redouble their vigilance both as to her person and letters. All's upon a crisis now, but she must not be treated ill neither. Thursday over, I shall know what to resolve upon. If necessary, you must assume authority. The devil's in it, if such a girl as this shall awe a man of your years and experience. You are not in love with her as I am. Fly out if she doubt your honour. Spirits naturally soft may be beat out of their play and borne down, though ever so much raised, by higher anger. All women are cowards at bottom, only violent where they may. I have often stormed a girl out of her mistrust, and made her yield, before she knew where she was, to the point indignantly mistrusted, and that to make up with me, though I was the aggressor. If this matter succeed as I'd have it, or if not, and do not fail by your fault, I will take you off the necessity of pursuing your cursed smuggling, which otherwise may one day end fatally for you. We are none of us perfect, M'Donald. This sweet lady makes me serious sometimes in spite of my heart. But as private vices are less blamable than public, and, as I think, smuggling, as it is called, a national evil, I have no doubt to pronounce you a much worse man than myself, and as such shall take pleasure in reforming you. I send you enclosed 10 guineas as a small earnest of further favours. Hitherto you have been a very clever fellow. As to clothes for Thursday, Monmouth Street will afford a ready supply. Clothes quite new would make your condition suspected, but you may defer that care till you see if she can be prevailed upon. Your riding dress will do for the first visit. Nor let your boots be over clean. I have always told you the consequence of attending to the minutiae where art, or imposture, as the ill-mannered would call it, is designed. Your linen, rumpled and soily, when you wait upon her, easy terms these, just come to town, remember, as formerly, to loll, to throw out your legs, to stroke and grasp down your ruffles, as if of significance enough to be careless. What though the presence of a fine lady would require a different behaviour? Are you not of years to dispense with politeness? You can have no design upon her, you know. You are a father yourself of daughters as old as she. Evermore is parade and obsequiousness suspectable. It must show either a foolish head or a knavish heart. Assume airs of consequence, therefore, and you will be treated as a man of consequence. I have often more than half ruined myself by my complaisance, and being afraid of control, have brought control upon myself. I think I have no more to say at present. I intend to be at Slough, or on the way to it, as by mine to the lady. Adieu, honest M'Donald. R.L. End of Letter 44. Letter 45 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 45. To Captain Tomlinson, enclosed in the preceding, to be shown to the lady as in confidence. M. Hall, Tuesday morn, June 27. Dear Captain Tomlinson, an unhappy misunderstanding has arisen between the dearest lady in the world and me, the particulars of which she perhaps may give you, but I will not, because I might be thought partial to myself, and she refusing to answer my most pressing and respectful letters, I am at a most perplexing uncertainty whether she will meet us or not next Thursday to solemnize. My lord is so extremely ill, that if I thought she would not oblige me, I would defer going up to town for 2 or 3 days. He cares not to have me out of his sight, yet is impatient to salute my beloved as his niece, before he dies. This I have promised to give him an opportunity to do, intending, if the dear creature will make me happy, to set out with her for this place directly from church. With regret I speak it of the charmer of my soul, that irreconcilableness is her family fault, the less excusable indeed for her, as she herself suffers by it in so high a degree from her own relations. Now, sir, as you intended to be in town some time before Thursday, if it be not too great an inconvenience to you, I could be glad you would go up as soon as possible for my sake, and this I the more boldly request, as I presume that a man who has so many great affairs of his own in hand as you have, would be glad to be at a certainty as to the day. You, sir, can so pathetically and justly set before her the unhappy consequences that will follow if the day be postponed, as well with regard to her uncle's disappointment, as to the part you have assured me her mother is willing to take in the wished-for reconciliation, that I have great hopes she will suffer herself to be prevailed upon, and a man and horse shall be in waiting to take your dispatches and bring them to me. But if you cannot prevail in my favour, you will be pleased to satisfy your friend, Mr. John Harlowe, that it is not my fault, that he is not obliged. I am, dear sir, your extremely obliged and faithful servant, R. Lovelace. End of Letter 45.
Letter 46 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson, Letter 46. To Robert Lovelace, Esquire, Wednesday, June 28, near 12 o'clock. Honoured Sir, I received yours, as your servant desired me to acquaint you, by 10 this morning. Horse and man were in foam. I instantly equipped myself, as if come off from a journey, and posted away to the lady, intending to plead great affairs, that I came not before, in order to favour your antedate, and likewise to be in a hurry, to have a pretence to hurry her ladyship, and to take no denial for her giving a satisfactory return to your messenger. But upon my entering Mrs. Sinclair's house, I found all in the greatest consternation. You must not, sir, be surprised. It is a trouble to me to be the relater of the bad news, but so it is. The lady is gone off. She was missed but half an hour before I came. Her waiting maid is run away, or hitherto is not to be found, so that they conclude it was by her connivance. They had sent, before I came, to my honoured masters, Mr. Belton, Mr. Mowbray, and Mr. Belford. Mr. Tourville is out of town. High words are passing between Madam Sinclair and Madam Horton, and Madam Martin, as also with Dorcas, and your servant William threatens to hang or drown himself. They have sent to know if they can hear of Michele, the waiting maid, at her mother's, who it seems lives in Chick Lane, West Smithfield, to an uncle of hers also, who keeps an alehouse at Cow-Cross, had by-in with whom she lived last. Your messenger, having just changed his horse, is come back, so I will not detain him longer than to add that I am with great concern for this misfortune, and thanks for your seasonable favour and kind intentions towards me. I am sure this was not my fault. Honoured sir, your most obliged humble servant, Patrick MacDonald. Letter 47 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joseph Tabler. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Mr. Mowbray to Robert Lovelace, Esquire, Wednesday, 12 o'clock. Dear Lovelace, I have plaguy news to acquaint thee with. Miss Harlowe has gone off. Quite gone, by soul. I have no time for particulars, your servant being gone off. But if I had, we are not yet come to the bottom of the matter. The ladies here are all blubbering like devils, accusing one another most confoundedly, whilst Belton and I damn them altogether in thy name. If thou shouldst hear that thy fellow Will is taken dead out of some horse-pond, and Dorcas cut down from her bed's teaster from dangling in her own garters, be not surprised. Here's the devil to pay, nobody serene but Jack Belford, who is taking minutes of examinations, accusations, and confessions with the significant air of a Middlesex justice, and intends to write at large all particulars, I suppose. I heartily condole with thee. So does Belton, but it may turn out for the best, for she is gone away with thy marks, I understand. A foolish little devil. Where will she mend herself? For nobody will look upon her, and they tell me that thou wouldst certainly have married her had she stayed. But I know thee better. Dear Bobby Adieu, if Lord M. will die now, to comfort thee for this loss, what a seasonable exit would he make? Let's have a letter from thee. Prithee do, thou canst write devil-like to Belford, who shows us nothing at all. Thine heartily, Robert Mowbray.
Letter 48 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Burlinson. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 48. Mr. Belford to Robert Lovelace, Esquire, Thursday, June 29th. Thou hast heard from MacDonald and Mowbray the news. Bad or good, I know not which thou deem it. I only wish I could have given thee joy upon the same account before the unhappy lady was seduced from Hampstead. For then, of what an ungrateful villainy hadst thou been spared the perpetration, which now thou hast to answer for. I came to town purely to serve thee with her, expecting that thy next would satisfy me, that I might endeavour it without dishonour. And at first, when I found her gone, I half pitied thee. For now wilt thou be inevitably blown up, and in what an execrable light wilt thou appear to the world! Poor Lovelace, caught in thy own snares, thy punishment is but beginning. But to my narrative, for I suppose thou expectst all particulars from me, since Mowbray has informed thee that I have been collecting them. The noble exertion of spirit she has made on Friday night had, it seems, greatly disordered her, insomuch that she was not visible till Saturday evening, when Mabel saw her, and she seemed to be very ill. But on Sunday morning, having dressed herself, as if designing to go to church, she ordered Mabel to get her a coach to the door. The wench told her she was to obey her in everything but the calling of a coach or chair, or in relation to letters. She sent to Will, and gave him the same command. He pleaded his master's orders to the contrary, and desired to be excused. Upon this, down she went herself, and would have gone out without observation, but finding the street door double locked, and the key not in the lock, she stepped into the street parlour, and would have thrown up the sash to call out to the people passing by, as they doubted not, but that, since her last attempt of the same nature, had been fastened down. Hereupon she resolutely stepped into Mrs. Sinclair's parlour in the back house, where were the old devil and her two partners, and demanded the key of the street door, or to have it opened for her. They were all surprised, but desired to be excused, and pleaded your orders. She asserted that you had no authority over her, and never should have any, that their present refusal was their own act and deed. She saw the intent of their back house, and the reason of putting her there. She pleaded her condition and fortune, and said they had no way to avoid utter ruin, but by opening their doors to her, or by murdering her and burying her in the garden or cellar, too deep for detection. That already what had been done to her was punishable by death, and bid them at their peril detain her. What a noble, what a right spirit has this charming creature, in cases that will justify an exertion of spirit. They answered that Mr. Lovelace could prove his marriage, and would indemnify them, and they all would have vindicated their behaviour on Friday night, and the reputation of their house. But refusing to hear them on that topic, she flung from them threatening. She then went up half a dozen stairs in her way to her own apartment, but, as if she had bethought herself, down she stepped again, and proceeded towards the street parlour, saying as she passed by the infamous Dorcas, I'll make myself protectors, though the windows suffer. But that wench, of her own head, on the lady's going out of that parlour to Mrs. Sinclair's, had locked the door, and taken out the key, so that finding herself disappointed, she burst into tears, and went sobbing and menacing upstairs again. She made no other attempt till the effectual one. Your letters and messages, they suppose, coming so fast upon one another, though she would not answer one of them, gave her some amusement, and an assurance to them that she would at last forgive you, and that then all would end as you wished. The women, in pursuance of your orders, offered not to obtrude themselves upon her, and Dorcas also kept out of her sight all the rest of Sunday, and also on Monday and Tuesday. But by the lady's condescension, even to familiarity, to Mabel, they imagined that she must be working in her mind all that time to get away. They therefore redoubled their cautions to the wench, who told them so faithfully all that passed between her lady and her, that they had no doubt of her fidelity to her wicked trust. 'Tis probable she might have been contriving something all this time, but saw no room for perfecting any scheme. The contrivance by which she effected her escape seems to me not to have been fallen upon till the very day, since it depended partly upon the weather, as it proved. But it is evident she hoped something from Mabel's simplicity, or gratitude, or compassion, by cultivating all the time her civility to her. Polly waited on her early on Wednesday morning, and met with a better reception than she had reason to expect. She complained, however, with warmth of her confinement. Polly said there would be an happy end to it, if it were a confinement, next day, she presumed. She absolutely declared to the contrary, in the way Polly meant it, and said that Mr. Lovelace on his return, which looked as if she intended to wait for it, should have reason to repent the orders he had given, as they all should, their observance of them. Let him send 20 letters, she would not answer one, be the consequence what it would, not give him hope of the least favour while she was in that house. She had given Mrs. Sinclair and themselves fair warning. She said no orders of another ought to make them detain a free person, but having made an open attempt to go, and been detained by them, she was the calmer, she told Polly. Let them look to the consequence. But yet she spoke this with temper, and Polly gave it as her opinion, with apprehension for their own safety, that having so good a handle to punish them all, she would not go away if she might. And what, inferred Polly, is the indemnity of a man who has committed the vilest of rapes on a person of condition, and must himself, if prosecuted for it, either fly or be hanged? Sinclair, so I will still call her, upon this representation of Polly, foresaw, she said, the ruin of her poor house in the issue of this strange business, and the infamous Sally and Dorcas bore their parts in the apprehension, and this put them upon thinking it advisable for the future that the street door should generally in the daytime be only left upon a bolt latch, as they called it, which anybody might open on them inside, and that the key should be kept in the door, that their numerous comers and goers, as they called their guests, should be able to give evidence that she might have gone out if she would, not forgetting, however, to renew their orders to Will, to Dorcas, to Mabel, and the rest, to redouble their vigilance on this occasion, to prevent her escape, none of them doubting at the same time that her love of a man so considerable in their eyes, and the prospect of what was to happen, as she had reason to believe, on Thursday, her uncle's birthday, would, though perhaps not till the last hour, for her pride's sake, was their word, engage her to change her temper. They believed that she discovered the key to be left in the door, for she was down more than once to walk in the little garden, and seemed to cast her eye each time to the street door. About 8 yesterday morning, an hour after Polly had left her, she told Mabel she was sure she would not live long, and having a good many suits of apparel, which after her death would be of no use to anybody she valued, she would give her a brown lustring gown, which, with some alterations to make it more suitable to her degree, would a great while serve her for a Sunday wear. For that she, Mabel, was the only person in that house of whom she could think without terror or antipathy. Mabel, expressing her gratitude upon the occasion, the lady said, she had nothing to employ herself about, and if she could get a workwoman directly, she would look over her things then, and give her what she intended for her. Her mistress's mantua-maker, the maid replied, lived but a little way off, and she doubted not that she could procure her, or one of the journeywomen, to alter the gown out of hand. I will give you also, said she, a quilted coat, which will require but little alteration, if any, for you are much about my stature. But the gown I will give directions about, because the sleeves and the robings and facings must be altered for your wear, being, I believe, above your station. And try, said she, if you can get the workwoman, and we'll advise about it. If she cannot come now, let her come in the afternoon, but I had rather now, because it will amuse me to give you a lift. Then stepping to the window, it rains, said she, and so it had done all morning. Slip on the hood and short cloak I have seen you wear, and come to me when you are ready to go out, because you shall bring me something that I want. Mabel equipped herself accordingly, and received her commands to buy her some trifles, and then left her, but in her way out stepped into the back parlour, where Dorcas was with Mrs. Sinclair, telling her where she was going, and on what account, bidding Dorcas look out till she came back. So faithful as the wench to the trust reposed in her, and so little had the lady's generosity wrought upon her. Mrs. Sinclair commended her, Dorcas envied her, and took her cue, and Mabel soon returned with the mantua-maker's journeywoman. She resolved, she said, but she would not come without her, and then Dorcas went off guard. The lady looked out the gown and petticoat, and before the workwoman caused Mabel to try it on, and, that it might fit the better, made the willing wench pull off her upper petticoat, and put on that she gave her. Then she bid them go into Mr. Lovelace's apartment, and contrive about it before the pier-glass there, and stay till she came to them, to give them her opinion. Mabel would have taken her own clothes and hood and short cloak with her, but her lady said, no matter, you may put them on again here, when we have considered about the alterations. There's no occasion to litter the other room. They went, and instantly, as it was supposed, she slipped on Mabel's gown and petticoat over her own, which was white damask, and put on the wench's hood, short cloak, and ordinary apron, and down she went. Hearing somebody tripping along the passage, both Will and Dorcas whipped to the inner hall, and saw her, but, taking her for Mabel, "Are you going far, Mabel?" cried Will. Without turning her face or answering, she held out her hand pointing to the stairs, which they construed as a caution for them to look out in her absence, and supposing she would not be gone long, as she had not in form repeated her caution to them, up went Will, tarrying at the stairs head in expectation of the supposed Mabel's return. Mabel and the workwoman waited a good while, amusing themselves not disagreeably, the one with contriving in the way of her business, the other delighting herself with her fine gown and coat. But at last, wondering the lady did not come in to them, Mabel tiptoed it to her door, and tapping, and not being answered, stepped into the chamber. Will, at that instant, from his station at the stairs head, seeing Mabel in her lady's clothes, for he had been told of the present, gifts to servants fly from servant to servant in a minute, was very much surprised, having, as he thought, just seen her go out in her own, and stepping up, met her at the door. "How the devil can this be?" said he. "Just now you went out in your own dress. How came you here in this? And how could you pass me unseen?" But, nevertheless, kissing her, said he would now brag he had kissed his lady, or one in her clothes. "I am glad, Mr. William," cried Mabel, "to see you here so diligently. But know you where my lady is?" "In my master's apartment," answered Will. "Is she not? Was she not talking with you this moment?" "No, that's Mrs. Dormes's journeywoman." They both stood aghast as they said. Will, again recollecting he had seen Mabel, as he thought, go out in her own clothes, and while they were debating and wondering, up comes Dorcas with your fourth letter, just then brought for the lady, and seeing Mabel dressed out, whom she had likewise beheld a little before, as she supposed, in her common clothes, she joined in the wonder, till Mabel, re-entering the lady's apartment, missed her own clothes, and then, suspecting what had happened, and letting the others into the ground of the suspicion, they all agreed that she had certainly escaped, and then followed such an uproar of mutual accusation, and you should have done this, and you should have done that, as alarmed the whole house, every apartment in both houses giving up its devil, to the number of 14 or 15, including the mother and her partners. Will then told them his story, and then ran out, as on the like occasion formerly, to make inquiry whether the lady was seen by any of the coachmen, chairmen, or porters plying in that neighbourhood, while Dorcas cleared herself immediately, and that at the poor Mabel's expense, who made a figure as guilty as awkward, having on the suspected price of her treachery, which Dorcas, out of envy, was ready to tear from her back. Hereupon all the pack opened at the poor wench, while the mother foamed at the mouth, bellowed out her orders for seizing the suspected offender, who could neither be heard in her own defence, nor, had she been heard, would have been believed. That such a perfidious wretch should ever disgrace her house, was her mother's cry. Good people might be corrupted, but it was a fine thing if such a house as hers could not be faithfully served by cursed creatures who were hired knowing the business they were to be employed in, and who had no pretence to principle. Damn her, the wretch proceeded. She had no patience with her. Call the cook, and call the scullion. They were at hand. See, that guilty piebald devil, was her word, her lady's gown upon her back, but I'll punish her for warning to all betrayers of their trust. Put on the great gridiron this moment, an oath or a curse at every word. Make up a roaring fire, the cleaver bring me this instant. I'll cut her into quarters with my own hands, and carbonade and broil the traitress for a feast to all the dogs and cats in the neighbourhood, and eat the first slice of the toad myself, without salt or pepper. The poor Mabel, frighted out of her wits, expected every moment to be torn in pieces, having half a score open-clawed paws upon her all at once. She promised to confess all, but that all, when she had obtained hearing, was nothing, for nothing had she to confess. Sally hereupon, with a curse of mercy, ordered her to retire, undertaking that she and Polly would examine her themselves, that they might be able to write all particulars to his honour, and then, if she could not clear herself, or, if guilty, give some account of the lady who had been so wicked as to give them all this trouble, so as they might get her again, then the cleaver and the gridiron might go to work with all their heart. The wench, glad of this reprieve, went upstairs, and while Sally was laying out the law, and prating away in her usual dictatorial manner, whipped on another gown, and sliding down the stairs, escaped to her relations. And this flight, which was certainly more owing to terror than to guilt, was, in the true Old Bailey construction, made a confirmation of the latter. These are the particulars of Miss Harlowe's flight. Thou'lt hardly think me too minute. How I long to triumph over thy impatience and fury on the occasion! Let me beseech thee, my dear Lovelace, in thy next letter, to rave most gloriously. I shall be grievously disappointed if thou dost not. Where, Lovelace, can the poor lady be gone? And who can describe the distress she must be in? By thy former letters it may be supposed that she can have very little money, nor, by the suddenness of her flight, more clothes than those she has on. And thou knowest who once said, see Volume 4, Letter 21, her parents will not receive her, her uncles will not entertain her, her Norton is in their direction and cannot, Miss Howe dare not, she has not one friend or intimate in town, entirely a stranger to it, and let me add, has been despoiled of her honour by the man for whom she had made all those sacrifices, and who stood bound to her by 1,000 oaths and vows to be her husband, her protector and friend. How strong must be her resentment of the barbarous treatment she has received! How worthy of herself that it has made her hate the man she once loved, and rather than marry him, choose to expose her disgrace to the whole world, to forego the reconciliation with her friends, which her heart was so set upon, and to hazard 1,000 evils, to which her youth and her sex may too probably expose an indigent and friendly beauty. Rememberest thou not that home push upon thee, in one of the papers written in her delirium, of which, however, it savours not? I will assure thee that I have very often since most seriously reflected upon it, and as thy intended second outrage convinces me that it made no impression upon thee then, and perhaps thou hast never thought of it since, I will transcribe the sentence. If, as religion teaches us, God will judge us in a great measure by our own benevolent or evil actions to one another, O wretch, bethink thee, in time bethink thee, how great must be thy condemnation. See Volume 6, Letter 16. And is this amiable doctrine the sum of religion? Upon my faith, believe it is. For to indulge a serious thought, since we are not atheists, except in practice, does God, the being of beings, want anything of us for himself? And does he not enjoin us works of mercy to one another, as the means to obtain his mercy? A sublime principle, and worthy of the supreme superintendent and father of all things. But if we are to be judged by this noble principle, what, indeed, must thy condemnation on the score of this lady only, and what mine, and what all our confraternities, on the score of other women, though we are none of us half so bad as thou art, as well for want of inclination, I hope, as of opportunity. I must add, that as well for thy own sake as for the ladies, I wish ye were to be married to each other. It is the only medium that can be hit upon to salve the honour of both. All that's past may yet be concealed from the world, and from all her sufferings, if thou resolvest to be a tender and kind husband to her. And if this really be thy intention, I will accept with pleasure of a commission from thee that shall tend to promote so good an end, whenever she can be found, that is to say, if she will admit to her presence a man who professes friendship to thee. Nor can I give a greater demonstration that I am thy sincere friend, J. Belford. P.S. Mabel's clothes were thrown into the passage this morning, nobody knows by whom. End of Letter 48.
Letter 49, of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 49. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire. Friday, June 30. I am ruined, undone, blown up, destroyed, and worse than annihilated, that's certain. But was not the news shocking enough, dost thou think, without thy throwing into the too weighty scale reproaches which thou couldst have had no opportunity to make but for my own voluntary communications? At a time, too, when, as it falls out, I have another very sensible disappointment to struggle with. I imagine, if there be such a thing as future punishment, it must be none of the smallest mortifications that a new devil shall be punished by a worse old one, and take that, to have the old satyr cry to the screaming sufferer, laying on with a cat o' nine tails, with a star of burning brass at the end of each. And for what? For what? Why, if the truth may be fairly told, for not being so bad a devil as myself. Thou art surely casuist good enough to know what I have insisted upon heretofore. See Volume 4, Letter 17, that the sin of seducing a credulous and easy girl is as great as that of bringing to your lure an incredulous and watchful one. However ungenerous an appearance what I am going to say may have from my pen, let me tell thee, that if such a woman as Miss Harlowe chose to enter into the matrimonial state, I am resolved to disappoint thee in thy meditated triumph over my rage and despair, and, according to the old patriarchal system, to go on contributing to get sons and daughters, with no other view than to bring them up piously, and to be good and useful members of the commonwealth. What a devil had she to do to let her fancy run a gadding after a rake, one whom she knew to be a rake? Oh, but truly she hoped to have the merit of reclaiming him. She had formed pretty notions how charming it would look to have a penitent of her own making dangling at her side at church through an applauding neighbourhood, and as their family increased, marching with her thither at the head of their boys and girls processionally, as it were, boasting of the fruits of their honest desires, as my good Lord Bishop has it in his license. And then, what a comely sight, all kneeling down together in one pew, according to eldership, as we have seen in effigy, a whole family upon some old monument, where the honest chevalier in armour is presented kneeling with uplifted hands, and half a dozen jolter-headed, crop-eared boys behind him, ranged gradatim, or step-fashion, according to age and size, all in the same posture, facing his pious dame with a ruff about her neck, and as many whey-faced girls, all kneeling behind her, an altar between them, and an open book upon it, over their heads semi-luminary rays darting from gilded clouds, surrounding an achievement motto, in caelo salus, or quies, perhaps, if they have happened to live the usual married life of brawl and contradiction. It is certainly as much my misfortune to have fallen in with Miss Clarissa Harlowe, were I to have valued my reputation or ease, as it is that of Miss Harlowe to have been acquainted with me. And, after all, what have I done more than prosecute the maxim by which thou and I and every rake are governed, and which, before I knew this lady, we have pursued from pretty girl to pretty girl, as fast as we have set one down, taking another up, just as the fellows do with their flying coaches and flying horses at a country fair, with a "Who rides next? Who rides next?" But here in the present case, to carry on the volant metaphor, for I must either be merry or mad, is a pretty little miss, just come out of her hanging-sleeve coat, brought to buy a pretty little fairing, for the world, Jack, is but a great fair, thou knowest, and to give thee serious reflection for serious, all its joys but tinselled hobby-horses, gilt gingerbread, squeaking trumpets, painted drums, and so forth. Now behold this pretty little miss skimming from booth to booth in a very pretty manner. One pretty little fellow called Wyerley perhaps, another jiggetting rascal called Byron, a third simpering varlet of the name of Sims, and a more hideous villain than any of the rest, with a long bag under his arm, and parchment settlements tagged to his heels, yelped Soames, pursue her from raree show to raree show, shouldering upon one another at every turn, stopping when she stops, and set a-spinning again when she moves, and thus dangled after, but still in the eye of her watchful guardians, traverses the pretty little miss through the whole fair, equally delighted and delighting, till at last, taken with the invitation of the laced hat orator, and seeing several pretty little bib-wearers stuck together in the flying coaches, cutting safely the yielding air, in the one go up, the other go down, picture of the world vehicle, and all with as little fear as wit, is tempted to ride next. In then suppose she slyly pops, when none of her friends are near her, and if, after 2 or 3 ups and downs, her pretty head turns giddy, and she throws herself out of the coach when at its elevation, and so dashes out her pretty little brains, who can help it? And would you hang the poor fellow, whose professed trade it was to set the pretty little creature a-flying? 'Tis true, this pretty little miss, being a very pretty little miss, being a very much admired little miss, being a very good little miss, who always minded her book, and had passed through her sampler doctrine with high applause, had even stitched out, in gaudy propriety of colours, an Abraham offering up Isaac, a Samson and the Philistines, and flowers, and knots, and trees, and the sun, and the moon, and the 7 stars, all hung up in frames with glasses before them, for the admiration of her future grandchildren, who likewise was entitled to a very pretty little estate, who was descended from a pretty little family, upwards of 100 years' gentility, which lived in a very pretty little manner, respected a very little on their own accounts, a great deal on hers. For such a pretty little miss as this to come to so great a misfortune must be a very sad thing. But tell me, would not the losing of any ordinary child, of any other less considerable family, or less shining or amiable qualities, have been as great and heavy a loss to that family as the losing this pretty little miss could be to hers? To descend to a very low instance, and that only as to personality, hast thou any doubt that thy strong-muscled, bony face was as much admired by thy mother as if it had been the face of a Lovelace, or any other handsome fellow? And had thy picture been drawn, would she have forgiven the painter, had he not expressed so exactly thy lineaments as that every one should have discerned the likeness? The handsome likeness is all that is wished for. Ugliness made familiar to us with the partiality natural to fond parents will be beauty all the world over. Do thou apply. But, alas, Jack, all this is but a copy of my countenance, drawn to evade thy malice. Though it answer thy unfriendly purpose to own it, I cannot forbear to own it, that I am stung to the very soul with this unhappy accident, must I call it? Have I nobody whose throat, either for carelessness or treachery, I ought to cut, in order to pacify my vengeance? When I reflect upon my last iniquitous intention, the first outrage so nobly resented, as well as, so far as she was able, so nobly resisted, I cannot but conclude that I was under the power of fascination from these accursed Circes, who, pretending to know their own sex, would have it that there is in every woman a yielding or a weak resisting moment to be met with, and that yet, and yet, and yet, I had not tried enough, but that, if neither love nor terror should enable me to hit that lucky moment, when, by help of their cursed arts, she was once overcome, she would be for ever overcome. Appealing to all my experience, to all my knowledge of the sex, for justification of their assertion. My appeal to experience, I own, was but too favourable to their argument. For dost thou think I could have held my purpose against such an angel as this, had I ever before met with a woman so much in earnest to defend her honour against the unwearied artifices and perseverance of the man she loved? Why then were there not more examples of a virtue so immovable, or why was this singular one to fall to my lot, except indeed to double my guilt, and at the same time to convince all that should hear her story that there are angels as well as devils in the flesh? So much for confession, and for the sake of humouring my conscience, with a view likewise to disarm thy malice by acknowledgment, since no one shall say worse of me than I will of myself on this occasion. One thing I will nevertheless add to show the sincerity of my contrition. 'Tis this, that if thou canst by any means find her out within these 3 days, or any time before she has discovered the stories relating to Captain Tomlinson and her uncle to be what they are, and if thou canst prevail upon her to consent, I will actually, in thy presence and his, he to represent her uncle, marry her. I am still in hopes it may be so. She cannot be long concealed. I have already set all engines at work to find her out, and if I do, what indifferent persons, and no one of her friends, as thou observest, will look upon her, will care to embroil themselves with a man of my figure, fortune, and resolution, show her this part then, or any other part of this letter, at thy own discretion, if thou canst find her. For after all, methinks, I would be glad that this affair, which is bad enough in itself, should go off without worse personal consequences to any body else. And yet it runs in my mind, I know not why, that sooner or later it will draw a few drops of blood after it, except she and I can make it up between ourselves. And this may be another reason why she should not carry her resentment too far. Not that such an affair would give me much concern neither, were I to choose any man of men, for I heartily hate all her family but herself, and ever shall. Let me add, that the lady's plot to escape appears to me no extraordinary one, though as much more luck than probability that it should do; since, to make it succeed, it was necessary that Dorcas and Will, and Sinclair and her nymphs, should be all deceived or off their guard. It belongs to me, when I see them, to give them my hearty thanks that they were, and that their selfish care to provide for their own future security should induce them to leave their outward door upon their bolt-latch, and be cursed to them. Mabell deserves a pitch-suit and a bonfire rather than the lustring, and as her clothes are returned, let the ladies be put to her others, to be sent to her when it can be told whither. But not till I give the word neither, for we must get the dear fugitive back again, if possible. I suppose that my stupid villain, who knew not such a goddess-shaped lady with a mien so noble from the awkward and bent-shouldered Mabell, has been at Hampstead to see after her, and yet I hardly think she would go thither. He ought to go through every street where bills for lodgings are up, to inquire after a new-comer. The houses of such as deal in women's matters, and tea, coffee, and such like, are those to be inquired at for her. If some tidings be not quickly heard of her, I would not have either Dorcas, Will, or Mabell appear in my sight, whatever their superiors think fit to do. This, though written in character, is a very long letter, considering it is not a narrative one, or a journal of proceedings, like most of my former, for such will unavoidably and naturally, as I may say, run into length. But I have so used myself to write a great deal of late, that I know not how to help it, yet I must add to its length, in order to explain myself on a hint I gave at the beginning of it, which was, that I have another disappointment, besides this of Miss Harlowe's escape, to bemoan. And what dost thou think it is? Why, the old peer, pox of his tough constitution, for that malady would have helped him on, has made shift by fire and brimstone and the devil knows what, to force the gout to quit the counterscarp of his stomach, just as it had collected all its strength in order to storm the citadel of his heart. In short, they have, by the mere force of stink-pots, hand-grenades, and pop-guns, driven the slow-working pioneer quite out of the trunk into the extremities, and there it lies nibbling and gnawing upon his great toe, when I had a fair end of the distemper and the distempered. But I, who could write to thee of laudanum and the wet cloth formerly, yet let £8,000 a year slip through my fingers, when I had entered upon it more than in imagination, for I had begun to ask the stewards questions, and to hear them talk of fines and renewals, and such sort of stuff, deserved to be mortified. Thou canst not imagine how differently the servants, and even my cousins, look upon me since yesterday to what they did before. Neither the one nor the other bow or curtsy half so low. nor am I a quarter so often his honour and your honour as I was within these few hours with the former. And as to the latter, 'tis cousin Bobby again, with the usual familiarity, instead of Sir, and if you please, Mr. Lovelace. And now they have the insolence to congratulate me on the recovery of the best of uncles, while I am forced to seem as much delighted as they, when, would it do me good, I could sit down and cry my eyes out. I had bespoke my mourning in imagination, after the example of a certain foreign minister, who before the death or even last illness of Charles II, as honest White Kennet tells us, had half exhausted Blackwell Hall of its sables, an indication, as the historian would insinuate, that the monarch was to be poisoned, and the ambassador in the secret. And yet, fool that I was, I could not take the hint. What the devil does a man read history for, if he cannot profit by the examples he find in it? But thus, Jack, is an observation of the old peers verified, that one misfortune seldom comes alone, and so concludes thy doubly mortified Lovelace. End of Letter 49.
Letter 50 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 50. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Wednesday night, June 28th. Oh, my dearest Miss Howe! Once more I have escaped. But alas! I, my best self, have not escaped. Oh, your poor Clarissa Harlowe! You also will hate me, I fear. Yet you won't, when you know all. But no more of myself, my lost self. You that can rise in the morning to be blessed, and to bless, and go to rest delighted with your own reflections, and in your unbroken, unstarting slumbers, conversing with saints and angels, the former only more pure than yourself, as they have shaken off the encumbrance of body, you shall be my subject, as you have long, long been my only pleasure. And let me, at awful distance, revere my beloved Anna Howe, and in her reflect upon what her Clarissa Harlowe once was. Forgive, oh, forgive my rambling. My peace is destroyed, my intellects are touched, and what flighty nonsense must you read, if you now will vouchsafe to correspond with me, as formerly? Oh, my best, my dearest, my only friend, what a tale have I to unfold! But still upon self, this vile, this hated self, I will shake it off, if possible. And why should I not, since I think, except one wretch, I hate nothing so much? Self, then, be banished from self one moment, for I doubt it will be for no longer, to inquire after a dearer object, my beloved Anna Howe, whose mind, all rubbed in spotless white, charms and irradiates. But what would I say? And how, my dearest friend, after this rhapsody, which one reperusal, I would not let go, but to show you what a distracted mind dictates to my trembling pen. How do you? You have been very ill, it seems. That you have recovered, my dear, let me hear. That your mother is well, pray let me hear, and hear quickly. This comfort surely is owing to me. For if life is no worse than chequer-work, I must now have a little white to come, having seen nothing but black, all uncheckered dismal black for a great, great while. And what is all this wild incoherence for? Is it only to beg to know how you have been, and how you do now, by a line directed for Mrs. Rachel Clark, at Mr. Smith's, a glove-shop in King Street, Covent Garden, which, although my abode is secret to everybody else, will reach the hands of, your unhappy, but that's not enough, your miserable Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter 50.
Letter 51 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Beth Thomas. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 51. Mrs. Howe to Miss Clarissa Harlowe. Superscribed as directed in the preceding. Friday, June 30. Miss Clarissa Harlowe, you will wonder to receive a letter from me. I am sorry for the great distress you seem to be in, such a hopeful young lady as you were. But see what comes of disobedience to parents. For my part, although I pity you, yet I much more pity your poor father and mother. Such education as they gave you, such improvement as you made, and such delight as they took in you, and all come to this. But pray, miss, don't make my Nancy guilty of your fault, which is that of disobedience. I have charged her over and over not to correspond with one who had made such a giddy step. It is not to her reputation, I am sure. You know that I so charged her, yet you go on corresponding together, to my very great vexation, for she has been very perverse upon it more than once. Evil communication, miss, you know the rest. Here people cannot be unhappy by themselves, but they must invoke their friends and acquaintance, whose discretion has kept them clear of their errors, into near as much unhappiness as if they had run into the like of their own heads. Thus my poor daughter is always in tears and grief, and she has postponed her own felicity truly, because you are unhappy. If people who seek their own ruin could be the only sufferers by their headstrong doings, it were something. But, oh, miss, what have you to answer for, who have made as many grieved hearts as have known you? The whole sex is indeed wounded by you. For who but Miss Clarissa Harlowe was proposed by every father and mother for a pattern for their daughters? I write a long letter, where I propose to say but a few words, and those to forbid your writing to my Nancy, and this as well because of the false step you have made, as because it will grieve her poor heart, and do you no good. If you love her, therefore, write not to her. Your sad letter came into my hands, Nancy being abroad, and I shall not show it her, for there would be no comfort for her if she saw it, nor for me, whose delight she is, as you once was to your parents. But you seem to be sensible enough of your errors now. So are all giddy girls when it is too late, and what a crestfallen figure then do the consequences of their self-willed obstinacy and headstrongness compel them to make. I may say too much, only as I think it proper to bear that testimony against your rashness which it behoves every careful parent to bear, and none more than your compassionating, well-wishing Annabella Howe. I send this by a special messenger, who has business only so far as Barnet, because you shall have no need to write again, knowing how you love writing, and knowing likewise that misfortune makes people plaintive. End of Letter 51.
Letter 52 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 52. Miss Clarissa Harlowe, to Mrs Howe, Saturday, July 1st. Permit me, madam, to trouble you with a few lines, were it only to thank you for your reproofs, which have nevertheless drawn fresh streams of blood from a bleeding heart. My story is a dismal story. It has circumstances in it that would engage pity, and possibly a judgment not altogether unfavourable, were those circumstances known. But it is my business, and shall be all my business, to repent for my failings, and not endeavour to extenuate them. Nor will I seek to distress your worthy mind. If I cannot suffer alone, I will make as few parties as I can in my sufferings. And, indeed, I took up my pen with this resolution when I wrote the letter, which has fallen into your hands. It was only to know, and that for a very particular reason, as well as for affection unbounded, if my dear Miss Howe, from whom I had not heard for a long time, were ill, as I had been told she was, and if so, how she now does. But my injuries being recent, and my distresses having been exceedingly great, self would crowd into my letter. When distressed, the human mind is apt to turn itself to every one, in whom it imagined or wished an interest, for pity and consolation. Or, to express myself better, and more concisely, in your own words, misfortune makes people plaintive, and to whom, if not to a friend, can the afflicted complain? Miss Howe being abroad when my letter came, I flatter myself that she is recovered. But it would be some satisfaction to me to be informed if she has been ill. Another line from your hand would be too great a favour, but if you will be pleased to direct any servant to answer yes or no to that question, I will not be farther troublesome. Nevertheless, I must declare that my Miss Howe's friendship was all the comfort I had, or expected to have in this world, and a line from her would have been a cordial to my fainting heart. Judge then, dearest madam, how reluctantly I must obey your prohibition, but yet I will endeavour to obey it, although I should have hoped, as well from the tenor of all that has passed between Miss Howe and me, as from her established virtue, that she could not be tainted by evil communication, had 1 or 2 letters been permitted. This, however, I ask not for, since I think I have nothing to do but to beg of God, who, I hope, has not yet withdrawn his grace from me, although he has pleaded to let loose his justice upon my faults, to give me a truly broken spirit, if it be not already broken enough, and then to take his mercy. The unhappy Clarissa Harlowe. 2 favours, good madam, I have to beg of you. The first, that you will not let any of my relations know that you have heard from me. The other, that no living creature be apprized where I am to be heard of, or directed to. This is a point that concerns me more than I can express. In short, my preservation from further evils may depend upon it. End of Letter 52. Letter 53 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 53. Miss Clarissa Harlowe, to Hannah Burton, Thursday, June 29th. My good Hannah, strange things have happened to me, since you were dismissed my service, so sorely against my will, and your pet fellow-servant set over me. But that must be all forgotten now. How do you, my Hannah? Are you recovered of your illness? If you are, do you choose to come and be with me, or can you conveniently? I am a very unhappy creature, and, being among all strangers, should be very glad to have you with me, of whose fidelity and love I have had so many acceptable instances. Living or dying, I will endeavour to make it worth your while, my Hannah. If you are recovered, as I hope, and if you have a good place, it may be they would bear with your absence, and suffer somebody in your room for a month or so, and, by that time, I hope to be provided for, and you may then return to your place. Don't let any of my friends know of this my desire, whether you can come or not. I am at Mr. Smith, a hosier's and glove shop, in King Street, Covent Garden. You must direct to me by the name of Rachel Clark. Do, my good Hannah, come if you can to your poor young mistress, who always valued you, and always will whether you come or not. I send this to your mother at St. Albans, not knowing where to direct to you. Return me a line, that I may know what to depend upon, and I shall see you have not forgotten the pretty hand you were taught, in happy days, by your true friend Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter 53.
Letter 54 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 54. Hannah Burton, in answer. Monday, July 3rd. Honoured Madam, I have not forgot to write, and will never forget anything you, my dear young lady, was so good as to learn me. I am very sorrowful for your misfortunes, my dearest young lady, so sorrowful, I do not know what to do. Glad at heart would I be to able to come to you. But indeed I have not been able to stir out of my room here at my mother's, ever since I was forced to leave my place with the rheumatiz, which has made me quite and clean helpless. I will pray for you night and day, my dearest, my kindest, my goodest lady, who have been so badly used, and I am very sorry I cannot come to do you love and service, which will ever be in the heart of me to do, if it was in my power, who am your most dutiful servant to command, Hannah Burton. End of letter 54.
Letter 55 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 55. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Mrs Judith Norton, Thursday, June 29th. My dear Mrs Norton, I address myself to you after a very long silence, which, however, was not owing either to want of love or duty, principally to desire you to satisfy me in 2 or 3 points, which it behoves me to know. My father, and all the family, I am informed, are to be at my uncle Harlowe's this day, as usual. Pray acquaint me if they have been there, and if they were cheerful on the anniversary occasion, and also if you have heard of any journey or intended journey of my brother, in company with Captain Singleton and Mr Solmes. Strange things have happened to me, my dear, worthy, and maternal friend, very strange things. Mr Lovelace has proved a very barbarous and ungrateful man to me. But God be praised, I have escaped from him. Being among absolute strangers, though I think worthy folks, I have written to Hannah Burton to come and be with me. If the good creature fall in your way, pray encourage her to come to me. I always intended to have her, she knows, but hope to be in happier circumstances. Say nothing to any of my friends that you have heard from me. Pray, do you think my father would be prevailed upon, if I were to supplicate him a letter, to take off the heavy curse he laid upon me at my going from Harlowe Place? I can expect no other favour from him, but that being literally fulfilled as to my prospects in this life, I hope it will be thought to have operated fair enough. And my heart is so weak, it is very weak, but for my father's own sake. What should I say? Indeed, I hardly know I ought to express myself on this sad subject, but it will give ease to my mind to be released from it. I am afraid my poor, as I used to call the good creatures to whose necessities I was wont to administer by your faithful hands, have missed me of late. But now, alas, I am poor myself. It is not the least aggravation of my fault, nor of my regrets, that with such inclinations as God have given me, I have put it out of my power to do the good I once pleased myself to think I was born to do. It is a sad thing, my dearest Mrs Norton, to render useless to ourselves and the world, by our own rashness, the talents which Providence has entrusted us for the service of both. But these reflections are now too late, and perhaps I ought to have kept them to myself. Let me, however, hope that you love me still. Pray, let me hope that you do. And then, notwithstanding my misfortunes, which have made me seem ungrateful to the kind and truly maternal pains you have taken with me from my cradle, I shall have the happiness to think that there is one worthy person who hates not the unfortunate Clarissa Harlowe. Pray remember me to my foster brother. I hope he continues dutiful and good to you. Be pleased to direct for Rachel Clark, at Mr Smith's, in King Street, Covent Garden, but keep the direction an absolute secret. End of letter 55.
Letter 56 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele, Eaton. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 56. Mrs Norton, in answer, Saturday, July 1st.
Your letter, my dearest young lady, cuts me to the heart. Why will you not let me know all your distresses? Yet you have said enough. My son is very good to me. A few hours ago he was taken with a feverish disorder, but I hope it will go off happily, if his ardour for business will give him the recess from it, which his good master is willing to allow him. He presents his duty to you, and shed tears at hearing your sad letter read. You have been misinformed as to your family's being at your uncle Harlowe's. They did not intend to be there, nor was the day kept at all. Indeed, they have not stirred out, but to church, and that but 3 times, ever since the day you went away. Unhappy day for them, and for all who know you. To me, I am sure, most particularly so. My heart now bleeds more and more for you. I have not heard a syllable of such a journey as you mentioned of your brother, Captain Singleton, and Mr. Solmes. There has been some talk indeed of your brother's setting out for his northern estates, but I have not heard of it lately. I am afraid no letter will be received from you. It grieves me to tell you so, my dearest young lady. No evil can have happened to you, which they do not expect to hear of, so great is their antipathy to the wicked man, and so bad is his character. I cannot but think hardly of their unforgiveness, but there is no judging for others by oneself. Nevertheless, I will add, that if you had had as gentle spirits as mine, these evils had never happened either to them or to you. I knew your virtue, and your love of virtue, from your very cradle, and I doubted not but that, with God's grace, would always be your guard. But you could never be driven, nor was there occasion to drive you. So generous, so noble, so discreet. But how does my love of your amiable qualities increase my affliction, as these recollections must do yours. You are escaped, my dearest miss, happily, I hope, that is to say, with your honour, else how great must be your distress. Yet from your letter I dread the worst. I am very seldom at Harlowe Place. The house is not the house it used to be since you went from it. Then they are so relentless, and as I cannot say harsh things of the beloved child of my heart as well as bosom, they do not take it amiss that I stay away. Your Hannah left her place ill some time ago, and as she is still at her mother's at St. Albans, I am afraid she continues ill. If so, as you are among strangers, and I cannot encourage you at present to come into these parts, I shall think it my duty to attend you, let it be taken as it will, as soon as my Tommy's indisposition will permit, which I hope will be soon. I have a little money by me. You say you are poor yourself. How grievous are those words from one entitled and accustomed to affluence! Will you be so good to command it, my beloved young lady? It is most of it your own bounty to me, and I should take a pride to restore it to its original owner. Your poor bless you, and pray for you continually. I have so managed your last benevolence, and they have been so healthy, and have had such constant employ, that it has held out, and will hold out till the happier times return, which I continually pray for. Let me beg of you, my dearest young lady, to take to yourself all those aids which good persons like you draw from religion in support of their calamities. Let your sufferings be what they will. I am sure you have been innocent in your intention, so do not despond. None are made to suffer above what they can, and therefore ought to bear. We know not the methods of Providence, nor what wise ends it may have to serve in its seemingly severe dispensations to its poor creatures. Few persons have greater reason to say this than myself, and since we are apt in calamities to draw more comfort from example than precept, you will permit me to remind you of my own lot, for who has had a greater share of afflictions than myself? To say nothing of the loss of an excellent mother, at a time of life when motherly care is most wanted, the death of a dear father, who was an ornament to his cloth, and who had qualified me to be his scribe and amanuensis, just as he came within view of a preferment which would have made his family easy, threw me friendless into the wide world, threw me upon a very careless, and which was much worse, a very unkind husband. Poor man! but he was spared long enough, thank God, in a tedious illness, to repent of his neglected opportunities and his light principles, which I have always thought of with pleasure. Although I was left the more destitute for his chargeable illness, and ready to be brought to bed when he died, of my Tommy. But this very circumstance, which I thought the unhappiest that I could have been left in, so short-sighted is human prudence, became the happy means of recommending me to your mother, who, in regard to my character, and in compassion to my very destitute circumstances, permitted me, as I made a conscience of not parting with my poor boy, to nurse both you and him, born within a few days of each other, and I have never since wanted any of the humble blessings which God has made me contented with. Nor have I known what a very great grief was, from the day of my poor husband's death, till the day that your parents told me how much they were determined that you should have Mr. Solmes, when I was apprised not only of your aversion to him, but how unworthy he was of you, for then I began to dread the consequences of forcing so generous a spirit. Until then, I never feared Mr. Lovelace, attracting as was his person, and specious his manners and address, for I was sure you would never have him, if he gave you not good reason to be convinced of his reformation, nor till your friends were as well satisfied in it as yourself. But that unhappy misunderstanding between your brother and Mr. Lovelace, and their joining so violently to force you upon Mr. Solmes, did all that mischief, which has cost you and them so dear, and poor me all my peace. Oh, what has not this ungrateful, this double guilty man to answer for? Nevertheless, you know not what God has in store for you yet, but if you are to be punished all your days here, for example's sake, in a case of such importance, for your one false step, be pleased to consider that this life is but a state of probation, and if you have your purification in it, you will be the more happy. Nor doubt I that you will have the higher reward hereafter for submitting to the will of Providence here with patience and resignation. You see, my dearest Miss Clary, that I make no scruple to call the step you took a false one. In you it was less excusable than it would have been in any other young lady, not only because of your superior talents, but because of the opposition between your character and his, so that, if you had been provoked to quit your father's house, it need not to have been with him, nor needed I, indeed, but as an instance of my impartial love, to have written this to you. Mrs. Norton, having only the family representation and invectives to form her judgment upon, knew not that Clarissa had determined against going off with Mr. Lovelace, nor how solicitous she had been to procure for herself any other protection than his, when she apprehended that, if she stayed, she had no way to avoid being married to Mr. Solmes. After this, it will have an unkind, and perhaps at this time an unseasonable appearance, to express my concern that you have not before favoured me with a line. Yet, if you can account to yourself for your silence, I dare say I ought to be satisfied, for I am sure you love me, as I both love and honour you, and ever will, and the more for your misfortunes. One consolation methinks I have, even when I am sorrowing for your calamities, and that is, that I know not any young person so qualified to shine the brighter for the trials she may be exercised with, and yet it is a consolation that ends in adding to my regrets for your afflictions, because you are blessed with a mind so well able to bear prosperity, and to make everybody round you the better for it. But I will forbear till I know more. Ruminating on everything your melancholy letter suggests, and apprehending, from the gentleness of your mind, the amiableness of your person, and your youth, the farther misfortunes and inconveniences to which you may possibly be subjected, I cannot conclude without asking for your leave to attend you, and that in a very earnest manner, and I beg of you not to deny me, on any consideration relating to myself, or even to the indisposition of my other beloved child, if I can be either of use or of comfort to you. Were it, my dearest young lady, but for 2 or 3 days, permit me to attend you, although my son's illness should increase, and compel me to come down again at the end of those 2 or 3 days. I repeat my request. Likewise, that you will command from me the little sum remaining in the hands of your bounty to your poor, as well as that dispensed to your ever affectionate and faithful servant, Judith Norton. End of letter 56.
Letter 57 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 57. Miss Clarissa Harlowe, to Lady Betty Lawrance, Thursday, June 29th. Madam, I hope you'll excuse the freedom of this address from one who has not the honour to be personally known to you, although you must have heard much of Clarissa Harlowe. It is only to beg the favour of a line from your ladyship's hand, by the next post, if convenient, in answer to the following questions. 1. Whether you wrote a letter, dated, as I have memorandum, Wednesday, June 7, congratulating your nephew Lovelace on his supposed nuptials, as reported to you by Mr. Spurrier, your ladyship's steward, as from the Captain Tomlinson, and in it reproaching Mr. Lovelace, as guilty of slight, and co., in not having acquainted your ladyship and the family with his marriage. 2. Whether your ladyship wrote to Miss Montague to meet you at Reading, in order to attend you to your cousin's lessons, in Albemarle Street, on your being obliged to be in town on your old Chancery affair, remember are the words. And whether you spoke your nephew's attendance there on Sunday night, the 11th. 3. Whether your ladyship and Miss Montague did come to town at that time, and whether you went to Hampstead on Monday in a hired coach and four, your own being repairing, and took from thence to town with the young creature whom you visited there. Your ladyship will probably guess that the questions are not asked for reason favourable to your nephew Lovelace. But be the answer what it will, it can do him no hurt nor me any good, only that I think I owe it to my former hopes, however deceived in them, and even to charity, that a person, of whom I was most willing to think better, should not prove so egregiously abandoned, as to be wanting in every instance to that veracity which is indispensable in the character of a gentleman. Be pleased, madam, to direct to me, keeping the direction a secret for the present, to be left at the Belle Savage, in Ludgate Hill, till called for. I am your ladyship's most humble servant, Clarissa Harlowe. End of letter 57.
Letter 58 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele Eaton. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 58. Lady Betty Lawrance, to Miss Clarissa Harlowe, Saturday, July 1st. Dear Madam, I find that all is not as it should be between you and my nephew Lovelace. It will very much afflict me and all his friends, if he has been guilty of any designed baseness to a lady of your character and merit. We have been long in expectation of an opportunity to congratulate you and ourselves upon an event most earnestly wished for by us all, since our hopes of him are built upon the power you have over him. For if ever man adored a woman, he is that man, and you, madam, are that woman. Miss Montague, in her last letter to me, in answer to one of mine, inquiring if she knew from him whether he could call you his, or was likely soon to have that honour, has these words: I know not what to make of my cousin Lovelace, as to the point your ladyship is so earnest about. He sometimes says he is actually married to Miss Clarissa Harlowe, at other times that it is her own fault if he be not. He speaks of her not only with love, but with reverence, yet owns that there is a misunderstanding between them, but confesses that she is wholly faultless, an angel, and not a woman, he says she is, and that no man living can be worthy of her. This is what my niece Montague writes. God grant, my dearest young lady, that he may not have so heinously offended you that you cannot forgive him. If you are not already married, and refuse to be his, I shall lose all hopes that he ever will marry, or be the man I wish him to be. So will Lord M. So will Lady Sarah Sadleir. I will now answer your questions, but indeed I hardly know what to write, for fear of widening still more the unhappy difference between you. But yet such a young lady must command everything from me. This is then my answer. I wrote not any letter to him on or about the 7th of June. Neither I nor my steward know any such man as Captain Tomlinson. I wrote not to my niece to meet me at Reading, nor to accompany me to my cousin Leeson's in town. My Chancery affair, though, like most Chancery affairs, it be of long standing, is nevertheless now in so good a way that it cannot give me occasion to go to town. Nor have I been in town these 6 months, nor at Hampstead for years. Neither shall I have any temptation to go to town, except to pay my congratulatory compliments to Mrs Lovelace, on which occasion I should go with the greatest pleasure, and should hope for the favour of your accompanying me to Glenham Hall for a month at least. Be what will the reason of your inquiry, let me entreat you, my dear young lady, for Lord M.'s sake, for my sake, for this giddy man's sake, soul as well as body, and for all our family's sakes, not to suffer this answer to widen differences so far as to make you refuse him. If he already has not the honour of calling you his, as I am apprehensive he has not, by your signing by your family name, and here let me offer to you my meditation to compose the difference between you, be it what it will. Your cause, my dear young lady, cannot be put into the hands of anybody living more devoted to your service than into those of your sincere admirer and humble servant, Elizabeth Lawrence. End of letter 58.
Letter 59 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 59. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Mrs Hodges, Enfield, June 22nd. Mrs Hodges, I am under a kind of necessity to write to you, having no one among my relations to whom I dare write, or hope a line from if I did. It is but to answer a question. It is this, whether you know any such man as Captain Tomlinson, and, if you do, whether he be very intimate with my uncle Harlowe. I will describe his person lest, possibly, he should go by another name among you, although I know not why he should. He is a thin, tallish man, a little pock-fretten, of a sallowish complexion, 50 years of age, or more, a good aspect when he looks up. He seems to be a serious man, and one who knows the world. He stops a little in the shoulders, is of Berkshire, his wife of Oxfordshire, and has several children. He removed lately into your parts from Northamptonshire. I must desire you, Mrs Hodges, that you will not let my uncle, nor any of my relations, know that I write to you. You used to say that you would be glad to have it in your power to serve me. That indeed was in my prosperity. But I dare say you will not refuse me in a particular that will oblige me, without hurting yourself. I understand that my father, mother, and sister, and I presume my brother, and my uncle Anthony, are to be at my uncle Harlowe's this day. God preserve them all, and may they rejoice in many happy birthdays. You will write 6 words to me concerning their health. Direct, for a particular reason, to Mrs Dorothy Salcombe, to be left till called for at the Four Swans Inn, Bishopgate Street. You know my handwriting well enough. Were not the contents of the letter sufficient to excuse my name, or any other subscription, than that of your friend? End of letter 59.
Letter 60 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele Eaton. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 60. Mrs Hodges, in answer, Saturday, July the 2nd. Madam, I return you an answer, as you made me do. Master is acquainted with no such man. I am sure no such ever came to our house, and master stirs very little out. He has no heart to stir out, for why? Your obstinacy makes 'em not care to see one another. Master's birthday never was kept so before, for not a soul here, and nothing but seeking and sorrowing from master, to think how it used to be. I asked master if so be he knowed such a man as Captain Tomlinson, but said not wherefore I asked. He said no, not he. Sure this is no tricks, no forgery brewing against master by one Tomlinson. One knows not what company you may have been forced to keep since you went away. You know, madam, but London is pestilent place, and that Squire Lovelace is a devil, for all he is such a like gentleman to look to, as I have heard everybody say, and think as how you have found by this. I trust, madam, you would not let master come to harm, if you knowed it, by anybody who may pretend to be acquainted with him. But for fair, I queried with myself if I should not tell him, but I was willing to show you that I would pleasure in you adversity, if adversity be your lot, as well as prosperity, for I am none of those that would do otherwise. So no more from your humble servant to wish you well, Sarah Hodges. End of letter 60.
Letter 61 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 61. Miss Clarissa Harlowe, to Lady Betty Lawrance, Monday, July 3rd. Madam, I cannot excuse myself from giving your ladyship this one trouble more, to thank you as I most heartily do for your kind letter. I must own to you, madam, that the honour of being related to ladies as eminent for their virtue as for their descent was at first no small inducement with me to lend an ear to Mr. Lovelace's address, and the rather, as I was determined, had it come to effect, to do everything in my power to deserve your favourable opinion. I had another motive, which I knew would of itself give me merit with your whole family, a presumptuous one, a punishably presumptuous one, as it has proved, in the hope that I might be an humble mean in the hand of Providence to reclaim a man, who has, as I thought, good sense enough to acknowledge the intended obligation, whether the generous hope were to succeed or not. But I have been most egregiously mistaken in Mr. Lovelace, the only man, I persuade myself, pretending to be a gentleman, in whom I could have been so much mistaken. For while I was endeavouring to save a drowning wretch, I have been, not accidentally, but premeditatedly, and of a set purpose, drawn in after him. And he has had the glory to add to the list of those he has ruined, a name, that, I will be bold to say, would not have disparaged his own. And this, madam, by means that would shock humanity to be made acquainted with. My whole end is served by your ladyship's answer to the questions I took the liberty to put to you in writing, nor have I a wish to make the unhappy man more odious to you than is necessary to excuse myself for absolutely declining your offered meditation. When your ladyship shall be informed of the following particulars: that after he had compulsorily, as I may say, tricked me into the act of going off with him, he could carry me to one of the vilest houses as it proved in London. That he could be guilty of a wicked attempt, in resentment of which I found means to escape from him to Hampstead. That, after he had found me out there, I know not how, he could procure 2 women, dressed out richly, to personate your ladyship and Miss Montague, who, under pretence of engaging me to make a visit in town to your cousin Leeson, promising to return with me that evening to Hampstead, betrayed me back again to the vile house, where, again made a prisoner, I was first robbed of my senses, and then of my honour. Why should I seek to conceal that disgrace from others which I cannot hide from myself? when your ladyship shall know, that, in the shocking process to this ruin, wilful falsehood, repeated forgeries, particularly of one letter from your ladyship, another from Miss Montague, and a third from Lord M., and numberless perjuries, were not the least of his crimes, you will judge that I can have no principles that will make me worthy of an alliance with ladies of yours and your noble sister's character, if I could not from my soul declare that such an alliance can never now take place. I will not offer to clear myself entirely of blame, but, as to him, I have no fault to accuse myself of. My crime was, the corresponding with him at first, when prohibited so to do by those who had a right to my obedience, made still more inexcusable by giving him a clandestine meeting, which put me into the power of his arts. And for this I am content to be punished, thankful that at last I have escaped from him, and have it in my power to reject so wicked a man for my husband, and glad, if I may be a warning, since I cannot be an example, which once, very vain and very conceited as I was, I proposed to myself to be. All the ill I wish him is, that he may reform, and that I may be the last victim to his baseness. Perhaps this desirable wish may be obtained, when he shall see how his wickedness, his unmerited wickedness, to a poor creature made friendless by his cruel art, will end. I conclude with my humble thanks to your ladyship for your favourable opinion of me, and with the assurance that I will be, while life is lent to me, your ladyship's grateful and obliged servant, Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter 61. Letter 62 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 62. Miss Clarissa Harlowe, to Mrs Norton, Sunday evening, July 2nd. How kindly, my beloved Mrs Norton, do you soothe the anguish of a bleeding heart! Surely you are mine own mother, and, by some unaccountable mistake, I must have been laid to a family that, having newly found out, or at least suspected, the imposture, cast me from their hearts, with the indignation that such a discovery will warrant. Oh, that I had been indeed your own child, born to partake of your humble fortunes, and heiress only to that content in which you are so happy! Then should I have had a truly gentle spirit, to have guided my ductile heart, which force and ungenerous usage sit so ill upon, and nothing of what has happened would have been. But let me take heed that I enlarge not, by impatience, the breach already made in my duty by my rashness, since, had I not erred, my mother, at least, could never have been thought hard-hearted or unforgiving. Am I not then answerable, not only for my own faults, but for the consequences of them, which tend to depreciate and bring disgrace upon a maternal character never before called in question? It is kind, however, in you to endeavour to extenuate the faults of one so greatly sensible of it, and could it be wiped off entirely, it would render me more worthy of the pains you have taken in my education, for it must add to your grief, as it does to my confusion, that, after such promising beginnings, I should have so behaved, as to be a disgrace instead of a credit to you and my other friends. But that I may not make you think me more guilty than I am, give me leave briefly to assure you, that, when my story is known, I shall be to more compassion than blame, even on the score of going away with Mr. Lovelace. As to all that happened afterwards, let me only say, that although I must call myself a lost creature as to this world, yet have I this consolation left me, that I have not suffered, either for want of circumspection, or through carefully credulity or weakness. Not one moment was I off my guard, or unmindful of your early precepts. But, having been enabled to baffle many base contrivances, I was at last ruined by arts at the most inhuman. But had I not been rejected by every friend, this low-hearted man had not dared, nor would have had opportunity, to treat me as he has treated me. More I cannot, at this time, nor need I say, and this I desire you to keep to yourself, lest resentments should be taken up when I am gone, that may spread the evil which I hope will end with me. I have been misinformed, you say, as to my principal relations being at my uncle Harlowe's. The day, you say, was not kept, nor have my brother or Mr. Solmes. Astonishing! What complicated wickedness has this wretched man to answer for? Were I to tell you, you would hardly believe that there could have been such a heart in man. But one day you may know the whole story. At present I have neither inclination nor words. O my bursting heart! Yet a happy, a wished relief. Were you present, my tears would supply the rest. I resume my pen. And so you fear no letter will be received from me. But don't grieve to tell me so. I expect everything bad, and such is my distress, that had you not bid me hope for mercy from the throne of mercy, I should have been afraid that my father's dreadful curse would be completed with regard to both worlds. For here, an additional misfortune. In a fit of phrensical heedlessness, I sent a letter to my beloved Miss Howe, without recollecting her private address, and it has fallen into her angry mother's hands, and so that dear friend, perhaps, has anew incurred displeasure on my account. And here too your worthy son is ill. And my poor Hannah, you think, cannot come to me. Oh, my dear Mrs. Norton, can you censure those whose resentment against me heaven seems to approve of? And will you acquit her whom that condemns? Yet you bid me not despond. I will not, if I can help it. And, indeed, most seasonable consolation has your kind letter afforded me. Yet to God Almighty do I appeal, to avenge my wrongs, and vindicate my inner— But hushed be my stormy passions. Have I not but this moment said that your letter gave me consolation? May those be forgiven who hinder my father from forgiving me. And this, as to them, shall be the harshest thing that shall drop from my pen. But although your son should recover, I charge you, my dear Mrs. Norton, that you do not think of coming to me. I don't know still but your meditation with my mother, although at present your interposition would be so little attended to, may be of use to procure me the revocation of that most dreadful part of my father's curse, which only remains to be fulfilled. The voice of nature must at last be heard in my favour, surely. It will only plead at first to my friends in the still conscious plaintiveness of a young and unhardened beggar, but it will grow more clamorous when I have the courage to be so, and shall demand, perhaps, the paternal protection from farther ruin, and that forgiveness, which those will be little entitled to expect, for their own faults, who shall interpose to have it refused to me, for an accidental, not a premeditated error, and which, but for them, I have never fallen into. But again, impatiency, founded perhaps on self-partiality, that strange misleader, prevails. Let me briefly say, that it is necessary to my present and future hopes that you keep well with my family. And moreover, should you come, I may be traced out by that means by the most abandoned of men. Say not then that you think you ought to come up to me, let it be taken as it will. For my sake let me repeat, were my foster-brother recovered, as I hope he is, you must not come, nor can I want your advice, while I can write, and you can answer me. And write I will as often as I stand in need of your counsel. Then the people I am now with seem to be both honest and humane, and there is in the same house a widow lodger, of low fortunes, but of great merit, almost such another serious and good woman as the dear one to whom I am now writing, who has, as she says, given over all other thoughts of the world, but such as should assist her to leave it happily. How suitable to my own views! There seems to be a comfortable providence in this at least, so that at present there is nothing of exigence, nothing that can require or even excuse your coming, when so many better ends may be answered by your staying where you are. A time may come, when I shall want your last and best assistance, and then, my dear Mrs. Norton, and then I will speak it, and embrace it with all my whole heart, and then will it not be denied me any body. You are very obliging in your offer of money, but although I was forced to leave my clothes behind me, yet I took several things of value with me, which will keep me from present want. You'll say, I have made a miserable hand of it, so indeed I have, and, to look backwards, in a very little while too. But what shall I do, if my father cannot be prevailed upon to recall his malediction? Oh, my dear Mrs. Norton, what a weight must a father's curse have upon a heart so appreciative as mine! Did I think I should ever have a father's curse to depreciate? And yet, only that a temporary part of it is so terribly fulfilled, or I should be earnest for its recall, for my father's sake as for my own. You must not be angry with me that I wrote not to you before. You are very right and very kind to say you are sure I love you. Indeed I do. And what a generosity, so like yourself, is there in your praise, to attribute to me more than I merit, in order to raise an emulation to me to deserve your praises. You tell me what you expect from me in the calamities I am called upon to bear. May I behave answerably. I can a little account to myself for my silence to you, my kind, my dear maternal friend. How equally sweet and politely do you express yourself on this occasion! I was very desirous, for your sake, as well as for my own, that you should have it to say that we did not correspond. Had they thought we did, every word you could have dropped in my favour would have been rejected, and my mother would have been forbid to see you, or pay any regard to what you should say. Then I had sometimes better and sometimes worse prospect before me. My worse would only have troubled you to know. My better made me frequently hope, that, by the next post, or the next, and so on for weeks, I should have the best news to impart to you that then could happen. Cold as a wretch had made my heart to that best. For how could I think to write to you, with a confession that I was not married, yet lived in the house, for I could not help it, with such a man, who likewise had given it out to several, that we were actually married, although with restrictions that depended on the reconciliation with my friends? And to disguise the truth, or be guilty of falsehood, either direct or equivocal, that was what you had never taught me. But I might have written to you for advice, in my precarious situation, perhaps you will think. But, indeed, my dear Mrs Norton, I was not lost for want of advice. And this will appear clear to you from what I have already hinted, were I to explain myself no further. For what need had the cruel spoiler to have recourse to unprecedented arts? I will speak out plainer still, but you must not at present report it, to stupefying potions, and to the most brutal and outrageous force, had I been wanting in my duty. A few words more upon this grievous subject. When I reflect upon all that has happened to me, it is apparent that this generally supposed thoughtless seducer has acted by me upon a regular and preconcerted plan of villainy. In order to set all his vile plots in motion, nothing was wanting, from the first, but to prevail upon me, either by force or fraud, to throw myself into his power, and when this was effected, nothing less than the intervention of the paternal authority, which I had not deserved to be exerted in my behalf, could have saved me from the effect of his deep machinations. Opposition from any other quarter would but too probably have precipitated his barbarous and ungrateful violence, and had you yourself been with me, I have reason now to think, that somehow or other you would have suffered in endeavouring to save me. For never was there, as now I see, a plan of wickedness more steadily and uniformly pursued than his has been, against an unhappy creature who merited better of him. But the Almighty has thought fit, according to the general course of his providence, to make the fault bring on its own punishment. But surely not in consequence of my father's dreadful imprecation. That I might be punished here. O my mamma Norton, pray with me, if so, that here it stop. By the very wretch in whom I had placed my wicked confidence. I am sorry, for your sake, to leave off so heavily. Yet the rest must be brief. Let me desire you to be secret in what I have communicated to you, at least till you have my consent to divulge it. God preserve to you your more faultless child. I will hope for his mercy, although I should not obtain that of any earthly person. And I repeat my prohibition. You must not think of coming up to your ever dutiful Clarissa Harlowe. The obliging person who left yours for me this way promised to call to-morrow to see if I should have anything to return. I would not lose so good an opportunity. End of letter 62.
Letter 63 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele Eaton. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 63. Mrs Norton to Miss Clarissa Harlowe, Monday night, July 3rd. Oh, the barbarous villainy of this detestable man! And is there a man in the world who could offer violence to so sweet a creature? And are you sure you are now out of his reach? You command me to keep secret the particulars of the vile treatment you have met with, or else upon an unexpected visit, which Miss Harlowe favoured me with, soon after I had received your melancholy letter, I should have been tempted to own I had heard from you, and to have communicated to her such parts of your 2 letters as would have demonstrated your penitence, and your earnestness to obtain the revocation of your father's malediction, as well as his protection from outrages that may still be offered to you. But then your sister would probably have expected a sight of the letters, and even to have been permitted to take them with her to the family. Yet they must one day be acquainted with the sad story, and it is impossible but they must pity you and forgive you when they know your early penitence and your unprecedented sufferings, and that you have fallen by the brutal force of a barbarous ravisher, and not by the vile arts of a seducing lover. The wicked man gave it out at Lord M.'s, as Miss Harlowe tells me, that he is actually married to you, yet she believes it not, nor had I the heart to let her know the truth. She put it close to me, whether I had not corresponded with you from the time of your going away. I could safely tell her, as I did, that I had not, but I said that I was well informed, that you took extremely to heart your father's imprecation, and that, if you would excuse me, I would say it would be a kind and sisterly part, if she would use her interest to get you discharged from it. Among other severe things, she told me that my partial fondness for you made me very little consider the honour of the rest of the family. But if I had not heard this from you, she supposed I was set on by Miss Howe. She expressed herself with a good deal of bitterness against that young lady, who it seems everywhere and to everybody, for you must think that your story is the subject of all conversations, rails against your family, treating them, as your sister says, with contempt and even with ridicule. I am sorry such angry freedoms are taken, for 2 reasons. First, because such liberties never do any good. I have heard you own that Miss Howe has a satirical vein, but I should hope that a young lady of her sense and right cast of mind must know that the end of satire is not to exasperate, but amend, and should never be personal. If it be, as my good father used to say, it may make an impartial person suspect that the satirist has a natural spleen to gratify, which may be as great a fault in him as any of those which he pretends to censor and expose in others. Perhaps a hint of this from you will not be thrown away. My second reason is, that these freedoms from so warm a friend to you as Miss Howe is known to be, are most likely to be charged to your account. My resentments are so strong against this vilest of men, that I dare not touch upon the shocking particulars which you mention of his baseness. What defence, indeed, could there be against so determined a wretch, after you was in his power? I will only repeat my earnest supplication to you, that black as appearances are, you will not despair. Your calamities are exceeding great, but then you have talents proportioned to your trials. This everybody allows. Suppose the worst, and that your family will not be moved in your favour. Your cousin Morden will soon arrive, as Miss Harlowe told me. If he should even be got over to their side, he will however see justice done you, and then may you live an exemplary life, making hundreds happy, and teaching young ladies to shun the snares in which you have been so dreadfully entangled. As to the man you have lost, is a union with such a perjured heart as his, with such an admirable one as yours, to be wished for? A base, low-hearted wretch, as you justly call him, with all his pride of ancestry, and more an enemy to himself with regard to his present and future happiness than to you, in the barbarous and ungrateful wrongs he has done you. I need not, I am sure, exhort you to despise such a man as this, since not to be able to do so would be a reflection upon a sex to which you have always been an honour. Your moral character is untainted. The very nature of your sufferings, as you will observe, demonstrates that. Cheer up, therefore, your dear heart, and do not despair. For is it not God who governs the world, and permits some things, and directs others, as he pleases? And will he not reward temporary sufferings, innocently incurred, and piously supported, with eternal felicity? And what, my dear, is this poor needle's point of now to a boundless eternity? My heart, however, labours under a double affliction, for my poor boy is very, very bad, a violent fever, nor can it be brought to intermit. Pray for him, my dearest miss, for his recovery, if God see fit. I hope God will see fit. If not, how can I bear to suppose that? Pray for me, that he will give me that patience and resignation which I have been wishing to you. I am, my dearest young lady, your ever affectionate Judith Norton. End of letter 63.
Letter 64 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 64. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Mrs. Judith Norton, Thursday, July 6th. I ought not, especially at this time, to add to your afflictions, but yet I cannot help communicating to you, who now are my only soothing friend, a new trouble that has befallen me. I had but one friend in the world, beside you, and she is utterly displeased with me. It is grievous, but for one moment, to lie under a beloved person's censure, and this through imputations that affect one's honour and prudence. There are points so delicate, you know, my dear Mrs. Norton, that it is a degree of dishonour to have a vindication of one's self from them appeared to be necessary. In the present case, my misfortune is, that I know not how to account, but by guess. So subtle have been the workings of the dark spirit I have been unhappily entangled by, for some of the facts that I am called upon to explain. Miss Howe, in short, supposes she has found a flaw in my character. I have just now received her severe letter, but I shall answer it, perhaps, in better temper, if I first consider yours, for indeed my patience is almost at an end, and yet I ought to consider that faithful are the wounds of a friend. But so many things at once! Oh, my dear Mrs. Norton, how shall so young a scholar in the school of affliction be able to bear such heavy and such various evils? But to leave this subject for a while, and turn to your letter. I am very sorry Miss Howe is so lively in her resentments on my account. I have always blamed her very freely for her liberties of this sort with my friends. I once had a good deal of influence over her kind heart, and she made all I said a law to her. But people in calamity have little weight in anything, or with anybody. Prosperity and independence are charming things on this account, that they give force to the counsel of a friendly heart, while it is thought insolence in the miserable to advise, or so much as to remonstrate. Yet is Miss Howe an invaluable person, and is it to be expected that she should preserve the same regard for my judgment that she had before I forfeited all title to discretion? With what face can I take upon me to reproach a want of prudence in her? But if I can be so happy as to re-establish myself in her ever-valued opinion, I shall endeavour to enforce upon her your just observation on this head. You need not, you say, exhort me to despise such a man as him, by whom I have suffered. Indeed you need not, for I would choose the cruellest death rather than to be his. And yet, my dear Mrs. Norton, I will own to you, that once I could have loved him. Ungrateful man, had he permitted me to love him, I once could have loved him. Yet he never deserved love, and was not this a fault? But now, if I can but keep out of his hands, and obtain a last forgiveness, and that as well for the sake of my dear friend's future reflections, as for my own present comfort, it is all I wish for. Reconciliation with my friends I do not expect, nor pardon from them, at least, till in extremity, and as a viaticum. Oh, my beloved Mrs Norton, you cannot imagine what I have suffered. But indeed my heart is broken. I am sure I shall not live to take possession of that independence, which you think would enable me to atone, in some measure, for my past conduct. While this is my opinion, you may believe I shall not be easy till I can obtain a last forgiveness. I wish to be left to take my own course in endeavouring to procure this grace. Yet know I not, at present, what that course shall be. I will write, but to whom is my doubt. Calamity has not yet given me the assurance to address myself to father. My uncles, well as they once loved me, are hard-hearted. They never had their masculine passions humanized by the tender name of father. Of my brother I have no hope. I have then but my mother and my sister, to whom I can apply. And may I not, my dearest mamma, be permitted to lift up my trembling eye to your all-sharing, and your once more than indulgent, your fond eye, in hopes of seasonable mercy, to the poor sick heart that yet beats with life drawn from your own dearer heart, especially when pardon only, and not restoration, is implored? Yet were I able to engage my mother's pity, would it not be a mean to make her still more unhappy than I have already made her, by the opposition she would meet with, were she to try to give force to that pity? To my sister then, I think I will apply. Yet how hard-hearted has my sister been! But I will not ask for protection. And yet I am in hourly dread that I shall want protection. All I will ask for at present, preparative to the last forgiveness I will implore, shall be only to be freed from the heavy cause that seems to have operated, as far as it can operate as to this life. And, surely, it was passion, and not intention, that carried it so far as to the other. But why do I thus add to your distresses? It is not, my dear Mrs Norton, that I have so much feeling for my own calamity, that I have none of yours, since yours is indeed an addition to my own. But you have one consolation, a very great one, which I have not, that your afflictions, whether respecting your more or your less deserving child, rise not from any fault of your own. But what can I do for you more than pray? Assure yourself, that in every supplication I put up for myself, I will with equal fervour remember both you and your son. For I am, and ever will be, your truly sympathizing and dutiful Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter 64.
Letter 65 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathleen. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 65. Miss Howe, to Miss Clarissa Harlowe, superscribed for Mrs Rachel Clark, etc. Wednesday, July 5. My dear Clarissa, I have at last heard from you from a quarter I little expected, from my mother. She had for some time seen me uneasy and grieving, and justly supposed it was about you, and this morning drop a hint, which made me conjecture that she must have heard something of you more than I knew. And when she found that this added to my uneasiness, she owned she had a letter in her hands of yours, dated the 29th of June, directed for me. You may guess that this occasioned a little warmth that could not be wished for by either. It is surprising, my dear, mighty surprising, that knowing the prohibition I lay under of corresponding with you, you could send a letter for me to our own house, since it must be 50 to 1 that it would fall into my mother's hands, as you find it did. In short, she resented that I should disobey her. I was as much concerned that she should open and withhold from me my letters, and at last she was pleased to compromise the matter with me by giving up the letter, and permitting me to write to you once or twice, she to see the contents of what I wrote. For, besides the value she has for you, she could not but have greater curiosity to know the occasion of so sad a situation as your melancholy letter shows you to be in. But I shall get her to be satisfied with hearing me read what I write, putting in between hooks what I intend not to read to her. Need I to remind you, Miss Clarissa Harlowe, of 3 letters I wrote to you, to none of which I had any answer, except to the first, and that of a few lines only, promising a letter at large, though you were well enough, the day after you received my second, to go joyfully back again with him to the vile house. But more of these by and by. I must hasten to take notice of your letter of Wednesday last week, which you could contrive should fall into my mother's hands. Let me tell you that that letter has almost broken my heart. Good God! What have you brought yourself to, Miss Clarissa Harlowe? Could I have believed that after you had escaped from the miscreant, with such mighty pains and earnestness escaped, and after such an attempt as he had made, you would have been prevailed upon not only to forgive him, but, without being married to return with him to that horrid house, a house I had given you such an account of? Surprising! What an intoxicating thing is this love! I always feared that you, even you, were not proof against its inconsistent effects. You, your best self, have not escaped. Indeed, I see not how you could expect to escape. What a tale have you to unfold! You need not unfold it, my dear. I would have engaged to prognosticate all that has happened, had you but told me that you would once more have put yourself in his power. After you had taken such pains to get out of it, your peace is destroyed. I wonder not at it, since now you must reproach yourself for a credulity so ill placed. Your intellect is touched. I am sure my heart bleeds for you, but, excuse me, my dear, I doubt your intellect was touched before you left Hampstead, or you would never have let him find you out there, or, when he did, suffer him to prevail upon you to return to the horrid brothel. I tell you, I sent you 3 letters, the first of which dated the 7th and 8th of June. See volume 5, letter 20, for it was written at twice, came safely to your hands, as you sent me word, by a few lines dated the 9th. Had it not, I should have doubted my own safety, since in it I give you such an account of the abominable house, and threw such cautions in your way in relation to that Tomlinson, as the more surprised me that you could think of going back to it again, after you had escaped from it and from Lovelace. Oh, my dear, but nothing now will I ever wonder at. The second, dated June 10, see letter 7 of this volume, was given into your own hand at Hampstead on Sunday the 11th, as you was lying upon a couch in a strange way, according to my messenger's account of you, bloated and flush-coloured, I don't know how. The third was dated the 20th of June. See letter 30 of this volume. Having not heard one word from you since the promising billet of the 9th, I own I did not spare you in it. I ventured it by the usual conveyance, by that Wilson's, having no other, so cannot be sure you received it. Indeed, I rather think you might not, because in yours, which fell into my mother's hands, you make no mention of it, and if you had had it, I believe it would have touched you too much to have been passed by unnoticed. You have heard that I have been ill, you say. I had a cold, indeed, but it was so slight a one that it confined me not an hour. But I doubt not that strange things you have heard, and been told, to induce you to take the step you took, and, till you did take that step, the going back with this villain, I mean, I knew not a more pitiable case than yours, since everybody must have excused you before, who knew how you were used at home, and was acquainted with your prudence and vigilance. But, alas, my dear, we see that the wisest people are not to be depended upon, when love, like an ignis fatuus, holds up its misleading lights before their eyes. My mother tells me she sent you an answer, desiring you not to write to me, because it would grieve me. To be sure I am grieved, exceedingly grieved, and disappointed too, you must permit me to say, for I had always thought that there never was such a woman at your years in the world. But I remember once an argument you held, on occasion of a censure passed in company upon an excellent preacher, who was not a very excellent liver. Preaching and practising, you said, required very different talents. See volume 2, letter 4, which, when united in the same person, made the man a saint, as wit and judgment going together constituted a genius. You made it out, I remember, very prettily, but you never made it out, excuse me, my dear, more convincingly than by that part of your late conduct which I complain of. My love for you and my concern for your honour may possibly have made me a little of the severest. If you think so, place it to its proper account, to that love and to that concern, which will but do justice to your afflicted and faithful A.H. P.S. My mother would not be satisfied without reading my letter herself, and that before I had fixed all the proposed hooks. She knows, by this means, and has excused our former correspondence. She indeed suspected it before, and so she very well might, knowing my love of you. She has so much real concern for your misfortunes, that, thinking it will be a consolation to you, and that it will oblige me, she consents that you shall write to me the particulars at large of your say-story. But it is on condition that I show her all that has passed between us, relating to yourself and the vilest of men. I have the more cheerfully complied, as the communication cannot be to your disadvantage. You may, therefore, write freely, and direct to our own house. My mother promises to show me the copy of her letter to you, and your reply to it, which latter she has but just told me of. She already apologizes for the severity of hers, and thinks the sight of your reply will affect me too much. But, having her promise, I will not dispense with it. I doubt hers is severe enough, so I fear you will think mine. But you have taught me never to spare the fault for the friend's sake, and that a great error ought rather to be the more inexcusable in the person we value than in the one we are indifferent to, because it is a reflection upon our choice of that person, and tends to a breach of the love of mind, and to expose us to the world for our partiality. To the love of mind, I repeat, since it is impossible but the errors of the dearest friend must weaken our inward opinion of that friend, and thereby lay a foundation for future distance, and perhaps disgust. God grant that you may be able to clear your conduct after you had escaped from Hampstead, as all before that time was noble, generous, and prudent, the man a devil and you a saint. Yet I hope you can, and therefore expect it from you. I send by a particular hand. He will call for your answer at your own appointment. I am afraid this horrid wretch will trace out by the post offices where you are, if not careful. To have money and will and head to be a villain is too much for the rest of the world when they meet in one man. End of letter 65.
Letter 66 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 66. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Thursday, July 6. Few young persons have been able to give more convincing proofs than myself how little true happiness lies in the enjoyment of our own wishes. To produce one instance only of the truth of this observation, what would I have given for weeks past for the favour of a letter from my dear Miss Howe, in whose friendship I placed all my remaining comfort? Little did I think that the next letter she would honour me with should be in such a style as should make me look more than once at a subscription, that I might be sure, the name not being written at length, that it was not signed by another A.H. For surely, thought I, this is my sister Arabella's style. Surely Miss Howe, blame me as she pleases in other points, could never repeat so sharply upon her friend words written in the bitterness of spirit and in the disorder of head, nor remind her, with asperity, and with mingled strokes of wit, of an argument held in the gaiety of a heart elated with prosperous fortunes, as mine then was, and very little apprehensive of the severe turn that argument would one day take against herself. But what have I, sink in my fortunes, my character forfeited, my honour lost? While I know it, I care not who knows it. Destitute of friends, and even of hope, what have I to do to show a spirit of repining and expostulation to a dear friend, because she is not more kind than a sister? You have till now, my dear, treated me with great indulgence. If it was with greater than I had deserved, I may be to blame to have built upon it, on the consciousness that I deserve it now as much as ever. But I find, by the rising bitterness which will mingle with the gall in my ink, that I am not yet subdued enough to my condition. I lay down my pen for one moment. Pardon me, Miss Howe, I have recollected myself, and will endeavour to give a particular answer to your letter, although it will take me up too much time to think of sending it by your messenger to-morrow. He can put off his journey, he says, till Saturday. I will endeavour to have the whole narrative ready for you by Saturday. But how to defend myself in everything that has happened, I cannot tell, since in some part of the time, in which my conduct appears to have been censurable, I was not myself, and to this hour know not all the methods taken to deceive and ruin me. You tell me that in your first letter you gave me such an account of the vile house I was in, and such cautions about that Tomlinson, as made you wonder how I could think of going back. Alas, my dear! I was tricked, most vilely tricked back, as you shall hear in its place. Without knowing the house was so very vile, a house from your intended information, I disliked the people too much, ever voluntarily to have returned to it. But had you really written such cautions about Tomlinson, and the house, as you seem to have proposed to do, they must, had they come in time, have been of infinite service to me. But not one word of either, whatever was your intention, did you mention to me in that first of the 3 letters you so warmly tell me you did send me. I will enclose it to convince you. But your account of your messenger's delivering to me your second letter, and the description he gives of me, as lying upon a couch, in a strange way, bloated and flush-coloured, you don't know how, absolutely puzzles and confounds me. Lord have mercy upon the poor Clarissa Harlowe. What can this mean? Who was the messenger you sent? Was he one of Lovelace's creatures too? Could nobody come near me but that man's confederates, either setting out so, or made so? I know not what to make of any one syllable of this. Indeed I don't. Let me see. You say this was before I went from Hampstead. My intellects had not yet been touched, nor had I ever been surprised by wine. Strange if I had. How then could I be found in such a strange way, bloated and flush-coloured? You don't know how. Yet what a vile, what a hateful figure has your messenger represented me to have made! But indeed I know nothing of any messenger from you. Believing myself secure at Hampstead, I stayed longer there than I would have done, in hopes of the letter promised me in your short one of the 9th, brought me by my own messenger, in which you undertake to send for and engage Mrs. Townsend in my favour. I wondered I had not heard from you, and was told you were sick, and, at another time, that your mother and you had had words on my account, and that you had refused to admit Mr. Hickman's visit upon it, so that I supposed, at one time, that you were not able to write, at another that your mother's prohibition had its due force with you. But now I have no doubt that the wicked man must have intercepted your letter, and I wish he found no means to corrupt your messenger to tell you so strange a story. It was on Sunday, June 11th, you say, that the man gave it me. I was at church twice that day with Mrs. Moore. Mr. Lovelace was at her house the while, where he boarded, and wanted to have lodged, but I would not permit that, though I could not help the other. In one of these spaces it must be that he had time to work upon the man. You'll easily, my dear, find that out by inquiring the time of his arrival at Mrs. Moore's, and other circumstances of the strange ways he pretended to see me in, on the couch, and the rest. Had anybody seen me afterwards, when I was betrayed back to the vile house, struggling under the operation of a wicked potions, and robbed indeed of my intellects, for this, as you shall hear, was my dreadful case, I might then, perhaps, have appeared bloated and flush-coloured, and I know not how myself. But were you to see your poor Clarissa now, or even to have seen her at Hampstead before she suffered the vilest of all outrages, you would not think her bloated or flush-coloured. Indeed you would not. In a word, it could not be me your messenger saw, nor, if anybody, who it was can I divine. I will now, as briefly as the subject would permit, enter into the darker part of my sad story, and yet I must be somewhat circumstantial, that you may not think me capable of reserve or palliation. The latter I am not conscious that I need. I should be utterly inexcusable were I guilty of the former to you. And yet, if you know how my heart sinks under the thoughts of a recollection so painful, you would pity me. As I shall not be able, perhaps, to conclude what I have to write in even 2 or 3 letters, I will begin a new one with my story, and send the whole of it together, although written at different periods, as I am able. Allow me a little pause, my dear, at this place, and to subscribe myself, your ever affectionate and obliged Clarissa Harlowe. End of letter 66. Letter 67 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 67. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, referred to in Letter 12, Thursday night. He had found me out at Hampstead, strangely found me out, for I am still at a loss to know by what means. I was loth, in my billet of the 6th, to tell you so for fear of giving you apprehensions for me, and besides, I hope then to have a shorter and happier issue to account to you for, through your assistance, than I met with. She then gives a narrative of all that passed at Hampstead, between herself, Mr. Lovelace, Captain Tomlinson, and the women there, to the same effect with that so amply given by Mr. Lovelace. Mr. Lovelace, finding all he could say, and all Captain Tomlinson could urge, ineffectual, to prevail upon me to forgive an outrage so flagrantly premeditated, rested all his hopes on a visit which was to be paid me by Lady Betty Lawrance and Miss Montague. In my uncertain situation, my prospects all so dark, I knew not to whom I might be obliged to have recourse in the last resort. And as those ladies had the best of characters, insomuch that I had reason to regret that I had not from the first thrown myself upon their protection, when I had forfeited that of my own friends, I thought I would not shun an interview with them, though I was too indifferent to their kinsman to seek it, as I doubted not that one end of their visit would be to reconcile me to him. On Monday, the 12th of June, these pretended ladies came to Hampstead, and I was presented to them, and they to me by their kinsman. They were richly dressed, and stuck out with jewels. The pretended Lady Betty's were particularly very fine. They came in a coach and 4, hired, as was confessed, while their own was repairing in town, a pretence made, I now perceive, that I should not guess at the imposture by the want of the real lady's arms upon it. Lady Betty was attended by her woman, who she called Morrison, a modest country-looking person. I had heard that Lady Betty was a fine woman, and that Miss Montague was a beautiful young lady, genteel and graceful, and full of vivacity. Such were these impostors, and having never seen either of them, I had not the least suspicion that they were not the ladies they personated. And being put a little out of countenance by the richness of their dresses, I could not help, fool that I was, to apologize for my own. The pretended Lady Betty then told me that her nephew had acquainted them with the situation of affairs between us, and although she could not but say, that she was very glad that she had not put such a slight upon his lordship and them, as report had given them cause to apprehend, the reason for which report, however, she must have approved of, yet it had been a matter of great concern to her, and to her niece Montague, and would to the whole family, to find so great a misunderstanding subsisting between us, as, if not made up, might distance all their hopes. She could easily tell who was in fault, she said, and gave him a look both of anger and disdain, asking him, how it was possible for him to give an offence to such a nature to such a charming lady, so she called me, as should occasion a resentment so strong. He pretended to be awed into shame and silence. My dearest niece, said she, and took my hand, I must call you niece, as well from love, as to humour your uncle's laudable expedient. Permit me to be, not an advocate, but mediatrix for him, and not for his sake, so much as for my own, my Charlotte's, and all our families. The indignity he has offered to you may be of too tender a nature to be inquired into. But as he declares, that it was not a premeditated offence, whatever, my dear, for I was going to rise upon it in my temper, it were or not, and as he declares his sorrows for it, and never did creature express a deeper sorrow for any offence than he, and as it is a reparable one, let us, for this one time, forgive him, and thereby lay an obligation upon this man of errors. Let us, I say, my dear, for, sir, turning to him, an offence against such a peerless lady as this must be an offence against me, against your cousin here, and against all the virtuous of our sex. See, my dear, what a creature he had picked out! Could you have thought there was a woman in the world who could thus express herself and yet be vile? But she had her principal instructions from him, and those written down too, as I have reason to think, for I have recollected since, that I once saw this Lady Betty, who often rose from her seat, and took a turn to the other end of the room, with such an emotion, as if the joy of her heart would not let her sit still, take out a paper from her stays, and look into it, and put it there again. She might oftener, and I not observe it, for I little thought that there could be such impostors in the world. I could not forbear paying great attention to what he said. I found my tears ready to start. I drew up my handkerchief, and was silent. I had not been so indulgently treated a great while by a person of character and distinction, such I thought her, and durst not trust to the accent of my voice. The pretended Miss Montague joined in on this occasion, and drawing her chair close to me, took my other hand, and besought me to forgive her cousin, and consent to rank myself as one of the principals of a family that had long, very long, coveted the honour of my alliance. I am ashamed to repeat to you, my dear, now I know what wretches they are, the tender, the obliging, and the respectful things I said to them. The wretch himself then came forward. He threw himself at my feet. How was I beset! The woman grasping on my right hand, the other my left. The pretended Miss Montague pressing to her lips more than once the hand she held. The wicked man on his knees, imploring my forgiveness, and setting before me my happy and my unhappy prospects, as I should forgive and not forgive him. All that he thought would affect me in former pleas, and those of Captain Tomlinson, he repeated. He vowed, he promised, he bespoke the pretended ladies to answer for him, and they engaged their honours in his behalf. Indeed, my dear, I was distressed, perfectly distressed. I was sorry that I had given way to this visit, for I knew not how, in tenderness to relations, as I thought them, so worthy, to treat so freely as he deserved, a man nearly allied to them, so that my arguments and my resolutions were deprived of their greatest force. I pleaded, however, my application to you. I expected every hour, I told them, an answer from you to a letter I had written, which would decide my future destiny. They offered to apply to you themselves in person, in their own behalf, as they politely termed it. They besought me to write to you to hasten your answer. I said, I was sure that you would write the moment that the event of an application to be made to a third person enabled you to write. But as to the success of their request in behalf of their kinsman, that depended not upon the expected answer. For that, I beg their pardon, was out of the question. I wished him well, I wished him happy, but I was convinced that I neither could make him so, nor he me. Then, how the wretch promised, how he vowed, how he entreated, and how the women pleaded, and they engaged themselves, and the honour of their whole family, for his just, his kind, his tender behaviour to me. In short, my dear, I was so hard set, that I was obliged to come to a more favourable compromise with them than I had intended. I would wait for your answer to my letter, I said, and if that made doubtful or difficult the change of measures I had resolved upon, and the scheme of life I had formed, I would then consider of the matter, and, if they would permit me, lay all before them, and take their advice upon it, in conjunctions with yours, as if the one were my own aunt, and the other were my own cousin. They shed tears upon this, of joy they call them, but since I believe to their credit, bad as they are, that they were tears of temporary remorse, for the pretended Miss Montague turned about, and, as I remember, said, there was no standing it. But Mr. Lovelace was not so easily satisfied. He was fixed upon his villainous measures, perhaps, and so might not be sorry to have a pretence against me. He bit his lip. He had been but too much used, he said, to such indifference, such coldness in the very midst of his happiest prospects. I had on 20 occasions shown him, to his infinite regret, that any favour I was to confer upon him was to be the result of—there he stopped, and not of my choice. This I'd like to have set all back again. I was exceedingly offended, but the pretended ladies interposed. The elder severely took him to ask. He ought, she told him, to be satisfied with what I had said. She desired no other condition. And what, sir, said she, with an air of authority, would you commit errors, and expect to be rewarded for them? Then they engaged me in a more agreeable conversation. The pretended lady declared that she, Lord Montague, and Lady Sarah, would directly and personally interest themselves to bring about a general reconciliation between the two families, and this either in open or private concert with my uncle Harlowe, as should be thought fit. Animosities on one side had been carried a great way, she said, and too little care had been shown on the other to mollify or heal. My father should see that they could treat him as a brother and a friend, and my brother and sister should be convinced that there was no room either for the jealousy or envy they had conceived from motives too unworthy to be avowed. Could I help, my dear, being pleased with them? Permit me here to break off. The task grows too heavy, at present, for the heart of your Clarissa Harlowe. End of letter 67. Letter 68 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 68. Miss Clarissa Harlowe, in continuation. I was very ill, and obliged to lay down my pen. I thought I should have fainted, but am better now, so will proceed. The pretended ladies, the more we talked, the fonder they seemed to be of me, and the Lady Betty had Mrs. Moore called up, and asked her if she had accommodations for her niece and self, her woman, and 2 men-servants, for 3 or 4 days. Mr. Lovelace answered for her that she had. She would not ask her dear niece Lovelace. Permit me, my dear, whispered she, this charming style before strangers. I will keep your uncle's secret. Whether she should be welcome or not to be so near her. But for the time she should stay in these parts, she would come up every night. What say you, niece Charlotte? They pretended Charlotte answered, she should like to do so, of all things. The Lady Betty called her an obliging girl. She liked the place, she said. Her cousin Leeson would excuse her. The air and my company would do her good. She never chose to lie in the smoky town, if she could help it. In short, my dear, said she to me, I will stay with you till you hear from Miss Howe, and till I have your consent to go with me to Glenham Hall. Not 1 moment will I be out of your company, when I can have it. Stedman, my solicitor, as the distance from town is so small, may attend me here for instructions. Niece Charlotte, 1 word with you, child. They retired to the further end of the room, and talked about their night-dresses. The Miss Charlotte said, Morrison might be dispatched for them. True, said the other, but I have some letters in my private box which I must have up, and you know, Charlotte, that I trust nobody with the keys of that. Could not Morrison bring up the box? No, she thought it safest where it was. She had heard of a robbery committed but 2 days ago, at the foot of Hampstead Hill, and she should be ruined in she lost her box. Well then, it was but going to town to undress, and she would leave her jewels behind her, and return, and should be easier a great deal on all accounts. For my part, I wondered why they came up with them. But that was to be taken as a respect paid to me. And then they hinted at another visit of ceremony which they had thought to make, had they not found me so inexpressibly engaging. They talked loud enough for me to hear them, on purpose, no doubt, go in affected whispers, and concluded with high praises of me. I was not fool enough to believe, or to be puffed up with their encomiums. Yet not suspecting them, I was not displeased at so favourable a beginning of acquaintance with ladies, whether I were to be related to them or not, of whom I had always heard honourable mention. And yet at the time, I thought, highly as they exalted me, that in some respects, though I hardly know in what, they fell short of what I expected them to be. The grand deluder was at the farther end of the room, another way, probably to give me an opportunity to hear this preconcerted praises, looking into a book, which, had there not been a preconcert, would not have taken his attention for a moment. It was Taylor's Holy Living and Dying. When the pretended ladies joined me, he approached me with it in his hand. A smart book this, my dear. This all divine effects, I see, a mighty flowery style of an ordinary country funeral, where the young women, in honour of a defunct company, especially if she was a virgin, or passed for such, make a flower-bed of her coffin. And then, laying down the book, turning upon his heel, with one of his usual airs of gaiety, "And are you determined, ladies, to take up your lodgings with my charming creature?" Indeed they were. Never were there more cunning, more artful impostors than these women. Practised creatures, to be sure, yet genteel, and they must have been well educated, once, perhaps, as much the delight of their parents as I was of mine, and who knows by what arts ruined, body and mind. Oh, my dear, how pregnant is this reflection! But the man! Never was there a man so deep, never so consummate a deceiver, except that detested Tomlinson, whose years and seriousness, joined with the solidity of sense and judgment that seemed uncommon, gave him, one would have thought, advantages in villainy the other had not time for. Hard, very hard, that I should fall into the knowledge of two such wretches, when two more such I hope are not to be met with in the world, both so determined to carry on the most barbarous and perfidious projects against a poor young creature who never did or wished harm to either. Take the following slight account of these women's and this man's behaviour to each other before me. Mr. Lovelace carried himself to his pretended aunt with high respect, and paid a great deference to all she said. He permitted her to have all the advantage over him in repartees and retorts that passed between them. I could, indeed, easily see that it was permitted, and that he forbore the vivacity, that quickness which he never spared showing to his pretended Miss Montague, and which a man of a wit seldom knows how to spare showing, when an opportunity offers to display his wit. The pretended Miss Montague was still more respectful in her behaviour to her pretended aunt, while the aunt kept up the dignity of the character she had assumed, rallying both of them with the air of a person who depends upon the superiority which years and fortunes give over younger persons, who might have a view to be obliged to her, earlier in her life, or at her death. The severity of her raillery, however, was turned upon Mr. Lovelace, on occasion of the character of the people who kept the lodgings, which, she said, I had thought myself so well warranted to leave privately. This startled me, for having then no suspicion of the vile Tomlinson, I concluded, and your letter of the 7th favoured my conclusion, that if the house were notorious, either he or Mr. Mennell would have given me or him some hints of it, nor, although I liked not the people, did I observe anything in them very culpable, till the Wednesday night before, that they offered not to come to my assistance, although within hearing of my distress, as I am sure they were, and having as much reason as I to be frightened at the fire, had it been real. I looked with indignation upon Mr. Lovelace at this hint. He seemed abashed. I have no patience but to recollect the specious looks of this vile deceiver. But how was it possible, that even that florid countenance of his should enable him to command a blush at his pleasure? For blush he did, more than once, and the blush, on this occasion, was a deep-dyed crimson, unstrained for, and natural, as I thought, but he is so much of the actor, that he seems able to enter into any character, and his muscles and features appear entirely under the obedience to his wicked will. The pretended lady went on, saying, she had taken upon herself to inquire after the people, on hearing that I had left the house in disgust, and though she heard not anything much amiss, yet she heard enough to make her wonder that he could carry his spouse, a person of so much delicacy, to a house that, if it had not a bad fame, had not a good one. You must think, my dear, that I liked the pretended Lady Betty the better for this. I suppose it was designed that I should. He was surprised, he said, that her ladyship should hear a bad character of the people. It was what he had never before heard that they deserved. It was easy, indeed, to see that they had not very great delicacy, though they were not indelicate. The nature of their livelihood, letting lodgings, and taking people to board, and yet he had understood that they were nice in these particulars, led them to aim at being free and obliging. And it was difficult, he said, for persons of cheerful dispositions, so to behave as to avoid censure. Openness of heart and countenance in the sex, more was the pity, too often subjected good people, whose fortunes did not set them above the world, to uncharitable censure. He wished, however, that her ladyship would tell what she had heard, although now it signified but little, because he would never ask me to set foot within their doors again, and he begged she would not mince the matter. Nay, no great matter, she said, but she had been informed that there were more women lodgers in the house than men, yet that their visitors were more men than women. And this had been hinted to her, perhaps by ill wishes, she could not answer for that, in such a way as if somewhat further were meant by it than was spoken. This, he said, was the true Inander way of characterizing, used by detractors. Everybody and everything had a black and white side, over which well-wishers and ill-wishers may make their advantage. He had observed that the front house was well let, and he believed more to the one sex than to the other. For he had seen, occasionally passing to and fro, several genteel modest-looking women, and who, it was very probable, were not so ill-beloved, but they might have visitors and relations of both sexes, but they were none of them anything to us, or we to them. We were not once in any of their companies, but in the genteelest and most retired house of the two, which we had in a manner to ourselves, with the use of a parlour to the street, to serve us for a servants' hall, or to receive common visitors, or our traders only, whom we admitted not upstairs. He always loved to speak as he found. No man in the world had suffered more from calumny than he himself had done. Women, he owned, ought to be more scrupulous than men needed to be where they lodged. Nevertheless, he wished that the fact, rather than surmise, were to be the foundation of their judgments, especially when they spoke of one another. He meant no reflection upon her ladyship's informants, or rather surmisants, as you might call them, be they who they would, nor did he think himself obliged to defend characters impeached, or not thought well of, by women of virtue and honour. Neither were these people of importance enough to have so much said about them. The pretended Lady Betty said, all who knew her would clear her of censoriousness, that it gave her some opinion, she must needs say, of the people, that he had continued there so long with me, that I had rather negative than positive reasons of dislike to them, and that so shrewd a man as she had heard Captain Tomlinson was, had not objected to them. I think, niece Charlotte, proceeded she, as my nephew had not parted with these lodgings, you and I, for as my dear Miss Harlowe dislikes the people, I would not ask her for her company, will take a dish of tea with my nephew there, before we go out of town, and then we shall see what sort of people they are. I have heard that Mrs. Sinclair is a mighty forbidding creature. With all my heart, madam, in your ladyship's company, I shall make no scruple of going anywhere. It was ladyship at every word, and as she seemed proud of her title, and of her dress too, I might have guessed that she was not used to either. What say you, cousin Lovelace? Lady Sarah, though a melancholy woman, is very inquisitive about all your affairs. I must acquaint her with every particular circumstance when I go down. With all his heart, he would attend her whenever she pleased. She would see very handsome apartments and very civil people. The deuce is in them, said the Miss Montague, if they appeared other to us. She then fell into family talk, family happiness on my hoped-for accession into it. They mentioned Lord Montague's, and Lady Sarah's great desire to see me. How many friends and admirers, with uplifted hands, I should have. Oh, my dear, what a triumph must these creatures, and he, have over the poor devoted all the time. What a happy man he would be. They would not, the Lady Betty said, give themselves the mortification, but to suppose that I should not be one of them. Presents were hinted at. She resolved that I should go with her to Glenham Hall. She would not be refused, although she were to stay a week beyond her time for me. She longed for the expected letter from you. I must write to hasten it, and to let Miss Howe know how everything stood since I wrote last. That might dispose me absolutely in her favour and in her nephew's, and then she hoped there would be no occasion for me to think of entering upon any new measures. Indeed, my dear, I did at a time intend, if I heard not from you by morning, to dispatch a man and horse to you, with the particulars of all, that you might, if you thought proper, at least put off Mrs. Townsend's coming up to another day. But I was miserably prevented. She made me promise that I would write to you upon this subject, whether I heard from you or not. One of her servants should ride post with my letter, and wait for Miss Howe's answer. She then launched out in deserved praises of you, my dear. How fond she should be of the honour of your acquaintance. The pretended Miss Montague joined in with her, as well for herself as for her sister. Abominably well instructed were they both. Oh, my dear, what risks may poor giddy girls run, when they throw themselves out of the protection of their natural friends, and into the wide world? They then talked again of reconciliation and intimacy with every one of my friends, with my mother particularly, and gave the dear good lady the praises that every one gives her, who has the happiness to know her. Ah, my dear Miss Howe, I had almost forgot my resentment against the pretended nephew. So many agreeable things said made me think that if you should advise it, and if I could bring my mind to forgive the wretch for an outrage so premeditated vile, and could forbear despising him for that and his other ungrateful and wicked ways, I might not be unhappy in an alliance with such a family. Yet thought I at the time, with that intermixture does everything come to me that had the appearance of good. However, as my lucid hopes made me see fewer faults in the behaviour of these pretended ladies, than recollection and abhorrence have helped me since to see, I began to reproach myself that I had not at first thrown myself into their protection. But amidst all these delightful prospects, I must not, said the Lady Betty, forget that I am to go to town. She then ordered her coach to go to the door. We will all go to town together, said she, and return together. Morrison shall stay here and see everything as I am used to have it, in relation to my apartment and my bed, for I am very particular in some respects. My cousin Leeson's servant can do all I want to be done with regard to my night-dresses, and the like. And it will be a little airing for you, my dear, and a want of your apparel to be sent from your former lodgings to Mrs. Neeson's, and we can bring it up with us from thence. I had no intention to comply, but as I did not imagine that she would insist upon my going to town with them, I made no answer to that part of her speech. I must here lay down my tied pen. Recollection, heart-affecting recollection, how it pains me. End of Letter 68. Letter 69 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 69. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe. In the midst of this agreeableness, the coach came to the door. The pretended Lady Betty besought me to give them my company to their cousin Leeson's. I desired to be excused, yet suspecting nothing. She would not be denied. How happy would a visit so condescending make her cousin Leeson? Her cousin Leeson was not unworthy of my acquaintance, and would take it for the greatest favour in the world. I objected my dress, but the objection was not admitted. She bespoke a supper of Mrs. Moore to be ready at 9. Mr. Lovelace, vile hypocrite and wicked deceiver, seeing, as he said, my dislike to go, desired his ladyship not to insist upon it. Fondness for my company was pleaded. She begged me to oblige her, made a motion to help me to my fan herself, and, in short, was so very urgent that my feet complied against my speech and my mind, and being, in a manner, led to the coach by her, and made to step in first, she followed me, and her pretended niece, and the wretch followed her, and away it drove. Nothing but the height of affectionate complaisance passed all the way. Over and over, what a joy would this unexpected visit give her cousin Leeson! What a pleasure must it be to be such a mind as mine, to be able to give so much joy to everybody I came near! The cruel, the savage seducer, as I have since recollected, was in rapture all the way, but yet such a sort of rapture as he took visible pains to check. Hateful villain, how I abhor him! What mischiefs must be then in his plotting heart! What a devoted victim must I be in all their eyes! Though not pleased, I was nevertheless just then thoughtless of danger, they endeavouring thus to lift me up above all apprehensions of that, and above myself too. But think, my dear, what a dreadful turn all had upon me, when, through several streets and ways I knew nothing of, the coach slackened its pace, came within sight of the dreadful house of the dreadfullest woman in the world, as she proved to me. Lord be good unto me, cried the poor fool, looking out of the coach. Mr. Lovelace, Madam, turning to the pretended Lady Betty, Madam, turning to the niece, my hands and eyes lifted up. Lord be good unto me. What, my dear? He pulled the string. What need to have come this way, said he. But since we are, I will but ask a question. My dearest life, why this apprehension? The coachman stopped, His servant, who with one of hers was behind, alighted. "Ask," said he, "if I have any letters. Who knows, my dearest creature," turning to me, "but we may already have one from the captain. We will not go out of the coach. Fear nothing. Why so apprehensive? Oh, these fine spirits!" cried the execrable insulter. Dreadful did my heart then misgive me. I was ready to faint. Why this terror, my life? You shall not stir out of the coach, but one question, now the fellow has drove us this way. "Your lady will faint," cried the execrable Lady Betty, turning to him. "My dearest niece," niece I will call you, taking my hand, "we must alight if you are so ill. Let us alight, only for a glass of water and hartshorn. Indeed, we must alight." "No, no, no, I am well, quite well. Won't the man drive on? I am well, quite well, indeed I am. Man, drive on," putting my head out of the coach. "Man, drive on," though my voice was too low to be heard. The coach stopped at the door. How I trembled! Dorcas came to the door on its stopping. "My dearest creature," said the vile man, gasping as it were for a breath, "you shall not alight. Any letters for me, Dorcas?" "There are two, sir, and here is a gentleman, Mr. Belton, sir, waits for your honour, and has done so above an hour." "I'll just speak to him. Open the door. You shan't step out, my dear. A letter perhaps from Captain already. You shan't step out, my dear." I sighed as if my heart would burst. "But we must step out, nephew. Your lady will faint. Maid, a glass of hartshorn and water. My dear, you must step out. You will faint, child. We must cut your laces. I believe my complexion was all manner of colours by turns. Indeed, you must step out, my dear." "He knew," said I should be well the moment the coach drove from the door. I should not alight. By his soul, I should not. Lord, nephew, Lord, cousin, both women in a breath, what ado you make about nothing? You persuade your lady to be afraid of alighting. See you not that she is just fainting? "Indeed, madam," said the vile seducer, "my dearest love must not be moved in this point against her will. I beg it may not be insisted upon." "Fiddle-faddle, foolish man! What the pother is here? I guess how it is. You are ashamed to let us see what sort of people you carried your lady among. But do you go out and speak to your friend, and take your letters." He stepped out, but shut the coach door after him to oblige me. "The coach may go on, madam," said I. "The coach shall go on, my dear life," said he, but he gave not, nor intended to give, orders that it should. "Let the coach go on," said I. "Mr. Lovelace may come after us. Indeed, my dear, you are ill. Indeed, you must alight. Alight but for 1/4 of an hour. Alight but to give orders yourself about your things. Whom can you be afraid of in my company? And my nieces, these people must have behaved shockingly to you. Please the Lord, I'll inquire into it. I'll see what sort of people they are." Immediately came the old creature to the door. "1,000 pardons, dear madam, stepping to the coach side, if we have any way offended you. Be pleased, ladies," to the other two, "to alight." "Well, my dear," whispered the Lady Betty, "I now find that an hideous description of a person we never saw is an advantage to them. I thought the woman was a monster, but really she seems tolerable." I was afraid I should have fallen into fits, but still refused to go out. "Man! Man! Man!" cried I, gaspingly, my head out of the coach and in, by turns, 6 times running, "drive on! Let us go!" My heart misgave me beyond the power of my own accounting for it, for still I did not suspect these women. But the antipathy I had taken to the vile house, and to find myself so near it, when I expected no such matter, with the sight of the old creature, altogether made me behave like a distracted person. The hartshorn and water was brought. The pretended Lady Betty made me drink it. Heaven knows if there was anything else in it. "Besides," said she whisperingly, "I must see what sort of creatures the nieces are. Want of delicacy cannot be hid from me. You could not surely, my dear, have this aversion to re-enter a house, for a few minutes, in our company, in which you lodged and boarded several weeks, unless these women could be so presumptuously vile, as my nephew ought not to know." Out stepped the pretended lady, the servant, at her command, having opened the door. "Dearest madam," said the other to me, "let me follow you," for I was next the door. "Fear nothing. I will not stir from your presence." "Come, my dear," said the pretended lady, "give me your hand," holding out hers. "Oblige me this once." "I will bless your footsteps," said the old creature, "if once more you honour my house with your presence." A crowd by this time was gathered about us, but I was too much affected to mind that. Again the pretended Miss Montague urged me, standing up as ready to go out if I would give her room. "Lord, my dear," said she, "who can bear this crowd? What will people think?" The pretended lady again pressed me, with both her hands held out. "Only, my dear, to give orders about your things." And thus pressed and gazed at, for then I looked about me, the women so richly dressed, people whispering, in an evil moment I stepped out, I, trembling, forced to lean with both my hands, frightened too much for ceremony, on the pretended Lady Betty's arm. Oh, that I had dropped down dead upon the guilty threshold! "We shall stay but a few minutes, my dear." "But a few minutes," said the same specious jilt, out of breath with her joy, as I have since thought that they had thus triumphed over the unhappy victim. "Come, Mrs. Sinclair, I think your name is. Show us by the way," following her and leading me. "I am very thirsty. You have frightened me, my dear, with your strange fares. I must have tea made, if it can be done in a moment. We have farther to go, Mrs. Sinclair, and must return to Hampstead this night." "It shall be ready in a moment," cried the wretch. "We have water boiling." "Hasten then. Come, my dear, to me," as she led me through the passage to the fatal inner house. "Lean upon me. How you tremble! How you falter in your steps, dearest niece Lovelace," the old wretch being in hearing. "Why these hurries upon your spirits? Will be gone in a minute." And thus she led the poor sacrifice into the old wretch's too well-known parlour. Never was anybody so gentle, so meek, so low-voiced, as the odious woman, drawing out, in a purling accent, all the obliging things she could say, awed, I then thought, by the conscious dignity of a woman of quality, glittering with jewels. The called-for tea was ready presently. There was no Mr. Belton, I believe, for the wretch went not to anybody, unless it were while we were parleying in the coach. No such person, however, appeared at the tea-table. I was made to drink 2 dishes, with milk, complacently urged by the pretended ladies helping me each to one. I was stupid to their hands, and, when I took the tea, almost choked with vapours, and could hardly swallow. I transiently thought, that the tea, the last dish particularly, had an odd taste. They, on my palatating it, observed, that the milk was London milk, far short in goodness of what they were accustomed to from their own dairies. I have no doubt that my 2 dishes, and perhaps my hartshorn, were prepared for me, in which case it was more proper for their purpose, that they should help me than I should help myself. Ill before, I found myself still more and more disordered in my head, a heavy torpid pain increasing fast upon me, but I imputed it to my terror. Nevertheless, at the pretended lady's motion, I went upstairs, attended by Dorcas, who affected to weep for joy that she once more saw my blessed face. That was the vile creature's word, and immediately I set about taking out some of my clothes, ordering what should be put up, and what sent after me. While I was thus employed, up came the pretended Lady Betty in a hurrying way. "My dear, you won't be long before you are ready. My nephew is very busy in writing answers to his letters, so I'll just whip away, and change my dress, and call upon you in an instant." "Oh, madam, I am ready. I am now ready. You must not leave me here." And down I sunk, affrighted, into a chair. This instant, I will return, before you can be ready, before you can have packed up your things. We would not be late. The robbers we have heard of may be out. Don't let us be late. And away she hurried before I could say another word. Her pretended niece went with her, without taking notice to me of her going. I had no suspicion yet that these women were not indeed the ladies they personated, and I blamed myself for my weak fears. It cannot be, thought I, that such ladies will abet treachery against a poor creature they are so fond of. They must undoubtedly be the persons they appear to be. What folly to doubt it! The air, the dress, the dignity of women of quality. How unworthy of them, and of my charity, concluded I, is this ungenerous shadow of suspicion. So recovering my stupefied spirits, as well as they could be recovered, for I was heavier and heavier, and wondered to Dorcas what ailed me, rubbing my eyes, and taking some of her snuff, pinch after pinch, to very little purpose. I pursued my employment, but when that was over, all packed up that I designed to be packed up, and I had nothing to do but to think, and found them tarry so long, I thought I should have gone distracted. I shut myself into the chamber that had been mine. I kneeled, I prayed, yet knew not what I prayed for, then ran out again. It was almost dark night, I said. Where was Mr. Lovelace? He came to me, taking no notice at first of my consternation and wildness. What they had given me made me incoherent and wild. All goes well, said he, my dear. A line from Captain Tomlinson. All indeed did go well for the villainous project of the most cruel and most villainous of men. I demanded his aunt. I demanded his cousin. The evening, I said, was closing. My head was very, very bad, I remembered, I said, and it grew worse and worse. Terror, however, as yet kept up my spirits, and I insisted upon his going himself to hasten them. He called his servant. He raved at the sex for their delay. 'Twas well that business of consequence seldom depended upon such parading, unpunctual trifles. His servant came. He ordered him to fly to his cousin Leeson's, and to let Lady Betty and his cousin know how uneasy we both were at their delay, adding, of his own accord, desire them, if they don't come instantly, to send their coach, and we will go without them. Tell them I wonder they'll serve me so. I thought this was considerably and fairly put. But now, indifferent as my head was, I had a little time to consider the man and his behaviour. He terrified me with his looks, and with his violent emotions, as he gazed upon me. Evident joy-suppressed emotions, as I have since recollected. His sentences short, and pronounced as if his breath were touched. Never saw I his abominable eyes look as then they looked, triumph in them. Fierce and wild, and more disagreeable than the women's at the vile house appeared to me when I first saw them. And at times, such a leering mischief-boding cast. I would have given the world to have been 100 miles from him, yet his behaviour was decent, a decency, however, that I might have seen to be struggled for he snatched my hand 2 or 3 times, with a vehemence in his grasp that hurt me, speaking words of tenderness through his shut teeth, as it seemed, and let it go with a beggar-voiced humbled accent, like the vile woman's just before, half inward, yet his words and manner carrying the appearance of strong and almost convulsed passion. Oh, my dear, what mischief was he not then meditating? I complained once or twice of thirst. My mouth seemed parched. At the time I supposed that it was my terror, gasping often as I did for breath, that parched up the roof of my mouth. I called for water. Some table beer was brought me. Beer, I suppose, was a better vehicle for their potions. I told the maid that she knew I seldom tasted malt liquor, yet, suspecting nothing of this nature, being extremely thirsty, I drank it, as what came next, and instantly, as it were, found myself much worse than before, as if inebriated, I should fancy. I know not how. His servant was gone twice as long as he needed, and, just before his return, came one of the pretended Lady Betty's with a letter from Mr. Lovelace. He sent it up to me. I read it, and then it was that I thought myself a lost creature, it being to put off her going to Hampstead that night, on account of violent fits which Miss Montague was pretended to be seized with. For then immediately came into my head his vile attempt upon me in this house, the revenge that my flight might too probably inspire him with on that occasion, and because of the difficulty I made to forgive him, and to be reconciled to him. His very looks wild and dreadful to me, and the women of the house such as I had more reason than ever, even from the pretended Lady Betty's hint, to be afraid of. All these crowding together in my apprehensive mind, I fell into a kind of frenzy. I have no remembrance how I was for this time it lasted, but I know that, in my first agitations, I pulled off my headdress, and tore my ruffles in 20 tatters, and ran to find him out. When a little recovered, I insisted upon the hint that he had given me of their coach. But the messenger, he said, had told him that it was sent to fetch a physician, lest his chariot should be put up, or not ready. I then insist upon going directly to Lady Betty's lodgings. Mrs. Leeson's was now a crowded house, he said, and as my earnestness could be owing to nothing but groundless apprehension, and oh, that vows, what protestations of his honour, did he then make! He hoped that I would not add to their present concern. Charlotte, indeed, was used to fits, he said, upon any great surprises, whether of joy or grief, and they would hold her for 1 week together, if not got off in a few hours. You are an observer of eyes, my dear, said the villain, perhaps in secret insult. Saw you not in Miss Montague's, now and then at Hampstead, something wildish? I was afraid for her then. Silence and quiet only do her good. Your concern for her, and her love for you, will but augment the poor girl's disorder, if you should go. All impatient with grief and apprehension, I still declared myself resolved not to stay in that house till morning. All I had in the world, my rings, my watch, my little money, for a coach, or, if one were not to be got, I would go on foot to Hampstead that night, though I walked it by myself. A coach was hereupon sent for, or pretended to be sent for. Any price, he said, he would give to oblige me, late as it was, and he would attend me with all his soul. But no coach was to be got. Let me cut short the rest. I grew worse and worse in my head. Now stupid, now raving, now senseless, the vilest of vile women was brought to frighten me. Never was there so horrible a creature as she appeared to me at this time. I remember I pleaded for mercy. I remember that I said I would be his, indeed I would be his, to obtain his mercy. But no mercy found I. My strength, my intellects failed me. And then such scenes followed. Oh, my dear, such dreadful scenes! Fits upon fits, faintly indeed and imperfectly remembered, procuring me no compassion. But death was withheld from me. That would have been too great a mercy. Thus was I tricked and deluded back by blacker hearts of my own sex than I thought there were in the world, who appeared to me to be persons of honour, and, when in his power, thus barbarously was I treated by this villainous man. I was so senseless, that I dare not aver that the horrid creatures of the house were personally aiding and abetting, but some visionary remembrances I have of female figures, flitting, as I may say, before my sight, the wretched woman's particularly. But as these confused ideas might be owing to the terror I had conceived of the worst and masculine violence she had been permitted to assume to me, for expressing my abhorrence of her house, and as what I suffered from his barbarity wants not that aggravation, I will say no more on a subject so shocking as this must ever be to my remembrance. I never saw the personating wretches afterwards. He persisted to the last, dreadfully invoking heaven as a witness to the truth of his assertion, that they were really and truly the ladies they pretended to be, declaring that they could not take leave of me, when they left town, because of the state of senselessness and frenzy I was in. For their intoxicating, or rather stupefying potions had almost deleterious effects upon my intellects, as I have hinted, insomuch that, for several days together, I was under a strange delirium, now moping, now dozing, now weeping, now raving, now scribbling, tearing what I scribbled as fast as I wrote it, most miserable when now and then a ray of reason brought confusedly to my remembrance what I had suffered. End of Letter 69. Letter 70 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 70. Miss Clarissa Harlowe, in continuation. The lady next gives an account of her recovery from her delirium and sleepy disorder, of her attempt to get away in his absence, of the conversations that followed, at his return, between them, of the guilty figure he made, of her resolution not to have him, of her several efforts to escape, of her treaty with Dorcas to assist her in it, of Dorcas dropping the promissory note, undoubtedly, as she says, on purpose to betray her, of her triumph over all the creatures of the house, assembled to terrify her, and perhaps to commit fresh outrages upon her, of his setting out for Monsieur Hall, of his repeated letters to induce her to meet him at the altar on her uncle's anniversary, of her determined silence to them all, of her second escape, effected, as she says, contrary to her own expectation, the attempt being at first but the intended prelude to a more promising one, which she had formed in her mind, and of other particulars, which being to be found in Mr. Lovelace's letters preceding, and the letter of his friend Belford, are omitted. She then proceeds. The very hour that I found myself in a place of safety, I took pen to write to you. When I began, I designed only to write 6 or 8 lines, to inquire after your health, for, having heard nothing from you, I feared indeed that you had been, and still were, too ill to write. But no sooner did my pen begin to blot the paper, but my sad heart hurried it into length. The apprehension I had lain under, that I should not be able to get away, the fatigue I had in effecting my escape, the difficulty of procuring a lodging for myself, having disliked the people of 2 houses, and those of a third disliking me, for you must think I made a frighted appearance, These, together with the recollection of what I had suffered from him, and my farther apprehensions of my insecurity, and my desolate circumstances, had so disordered me, that I remembered I rambled strangely in that letter. In short, I thought it, on reperusal, a half-distracted one, but then I despaired, were I to begin again, of writing better, so I let it go, and can have no excuse for directing it as I did, if the cause of the incoherence in it will not furnish me with a very pitiable one. The letter I received from your mother was a dreadful blow to me, but nevertheless it had the good effect upon me, labouring, as I did just then, under a violent fit of vapourish despondency, and almost yielding to it, which profuse bleeding and blistering have in paralytic or apoplectical strokes, reviving my attention, and restoring me to spirit to combat the evils I was surrounded by, sluicing it off, and diverting into a new channel, if I may be allowed another metaphor, the overcharging woes which threatened once more to overwhelm my intellects. But yet I most sincerely lamented, and still lament, in your mother's words, that I cannot be unhappy by myself, and was grieved, not only for the trouble I had given you before, but for the new one I had brought upon you by my inattention. She then gives the substance of the letter she wrote to Mrs Norton, to Lady Betty Lawrance, and to Mrs Hodges, as also of their answers, whereby she detected all Mr Lovelace's impostures. She proceeds as follows. I cannot, however, forbear to wonder how the vile Tomlinson could come at the knowledge of several of the things he told me of, and which contributed to give me confidence in him. I doubt not that the stories of Mrs Fretchville and her house will be found as vile as any of the rest, were I to inquire, and I had not enough, and too much, already against a perjured man. How have I been led on? What will be the end of such a false and perjured creature? Heaven no less profaned and defied by him than myself deceived and abused. This, however, against myself I must say, that if what I have suffered be the natural consequence of my first error, I never can forgive myself, although you are so partial in my favour, as to say, that I was not censurable for what passed before my first escape. And now, honoured Madam, and my dearest Miss Howe, who are to sit in judgment upon my case, permit me to lay down my pen with one request, which, with the greatest earnestness, I make to you both. And that is, that you will neither of you open your lips in relation to the potions or the violences I have hinted at. Not that I am solicitous that my disgrace should be hidden from the world, or that it should not be generally known that the man has proved a villain to me, for this, it seems, everybody but myself expected from his character. But suppose, as his actions by me are really of a capital nature, it were insisted upon that I should appear to prosecute him and his accomplices in a court of justice, how do you think I could bear that? But since my character, before the capital enormity, was lost in the eye of the world, and that from the very hour I left my father's house, and since all my own hopes of worldly happiness are entirely over, let me slide quietly into my grave, and let it be not remembered, except by one friendly tear, and no more, dropped from your gentle eye, mine own dear Anna Howe, on the happy day that shall shut up all my sorrows, that there was such a creature as Clarissa Harlowe, Saturday, July 8th. End of Letter 70.
Letter 71 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathleen. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 71. Miss Howe, to Miss Clarissa Harlowe, Sunday, July 9. May heaven signalize its vengeance, in the face of all the world, upon the most abandoned and profligate of men, and in its own time, I doubt not but it will. And we must look to a world beyond this, for the reward of your sufferings. Another shocking detection, my dear. How have you been deluded? Very watchful I have thought you, very sagacious, but, alas, not watchful, not sagacious enough for the horrid villain you have had to deal with. The letter you sent me enclosed as mine, of the 7th of June, is a villainous forgery. See Volume 5, Letter 30. The hand, indeed, is astonishingly like mine, and the cover, I see, is actually my cover, but yet the letter is not so exactly imitated but that, had you had any suspicions about his vileness at the time, you, who so well know my hand, might have detected it. In short, this vile, forged letter, though a long one, contains but a few extracts from mine. Mine was a very long one. He has omitted everything, I see, in it that could have shown you what a detestable house the house is, and given you suspicions of the vile Tomlinson. You will see this, and how he has turned Miss Lardner's information and my advices to you, execrable villain, to his own horrid ends, by the rough draft of the genuine letter, which I shall enclose. See Volume 5, Letter 20. Apprehensive for both our safeties from the villainy of such a daring and profligate contriver, I must call upon you, my dear, to resolve upon taking legal vengeance of the infernal wretch, and this not only for our own sakes, but for the sakes of innocents who otherwise may yet be deluded and outraged by him. She then gives the particulars of the report made by the young fellow whom she sent to Hampstead with her letter, and who supposed he had delivered it into her own hand. See Volume 6, Letter 6, and then proceeds. I am astonished that the vile wretch, who could know nothing of the time my messenger, whose honesty I can vouch for, would come, could have a creature ready to personate you. Strange that the man should happen to arrive just as you were gone to church, as I find was the fact, on comparing what he says with your hint that you were at church twice that day, when he might have got to Mrs. Moore's 2 hours before. But had you told me, my dear, that the villain had found you out, and was about you, you should have done that. Yet I blame you upon a judgment founded on the event only. I never had any faith in the stories that go current among country girls of spectres, familiars, and demons, yet I see not any other way to account for this wretch's successful villainy, and for his means of working up his specious delusions, but by supposing, if he be not the devil himself, that he has a familiar constantly at his elbow. Sometimes it seems to me that this familiar assumes the shape of that solemn villain Tomlinson, sometimes that of the execrable Sinclair, as he calls her. Sometimes it is permitted to take that of Lady Betty Lawrance. But when it would assume the angelic shape and mien of my beloved friend, see what a bloated figure it made. 'Tis my opinion, my dear, that you will be no longer safe where you are, than while the V is in the country. Words are poor, or how could I execrate him? I have hardly any doubt that he has sold himself for a time. Oh, may the time be short, or may his infernal prompter no more keep covenant with him than he does with others. I enclose not only the rough draft of my long letter mentioned above, but the heads of that which the young fellow thought he delivered into your own hands at Hampstead. And when you have perused them, I will leave you to judge how much reason I had to be surprised that you wrote me not an answer to either one of those letters, one of which you owned you had received, though it proved to be his forged one, the other delivered into your own hands, as I was assured, and both of them of so much concern to your honour. And still now much more surprised I must be, when I received a letter from Mrs. Townsend, dated June 15, from Hampstead, importing that Mr. Lovelace, who had been with you several days, had, on the Monday before, brought Lady Betty and his cousin, richly dressed and in a coach and four, to visit you, who, with your own consent, had carried you to town with them, to your former lodgings, where you still were, that the Hampstead women believed you to be married, and reflected upon me as a fomenter of differences between man and wife, that he himself was at Hampstead the day before, viz., Wednesday, the 14th, and boasted of his happiness with you, inviting Mrs. Moore, Mrs. Bevis, and Miss Rawlins to go to town to visit his spouse, which they promised to do, and that he declared that you were entirely reconciled to your former lodgings, and that, finally, the women at Hampstead told Mrs. Townsend that he had very handsomely discharged theirs. I own to you, my dear, that I was so much surprised and disgusted at these appearances against a conduct till then unexceptional, that I was resolved to make myself as easy as I could, and wait till you should think fit to write me. But I could rein in my impatience but for a few days, and on the 20th of June I wrote a sharp letter to you, which I find you did not receive. What a fatality, my dear, has appeared in your case from the very beginning till this hour, had my mother permitted! But can I blame her, when you have a father and mother living who have so much to answer for? So much, as no father and mother, considering the child they have driven, persecuted, exposed, renounced, ever had to answer for. But again I must execrate the abandoned villain. Yet, as I said before, all words are poor, and beneath the occasion. But see we not, in the horrid perjuries and treachery of this man, what rakes and libertines will do, when they get a young creature into their power? It is probable that he might have the intolerable presumption to hope an easier conquest. But, when your unexampled vigilance and exalted virtue made potions and rapes and the utmost violences necessary to the attainment of his detestable end, we see that he never boggled at them. I have no doubt that the same or equal wickedness would be oftener committed by men of his villainous cast, if the folly and credulity of the poor inconsiderates who throw themselves into their hands did not give them an easier triumph. With what comfort must those parents reflect upon these things who have happily disposed of their daughters in marriage to a virtuous man, and how happy the young women who find themselves safe in a worthy protection! If such a person as Miss Clarissa Harlowe could not escape, who can be secure? Since, though every rake is not a Lovelace, neither is every woman a Clarissa, and his attempts were but proportioned to your resistance and vigilance. My mother has commanded me to let you know her thoughts upon the whole of your sad story. I will do it in another letter, and send it to you with this, by a special messenger. But, for the future, if you approve of it, I will send my letters by the usual hand, Collins's, to be left at the Saracen's Head on Snow Hill, whither you may send yours, as we both used to do, to Wilson's, except such as we shall think fit to transmit by the post, which I am afraid, after my next, must be directed to Mr. Hickman, as before, since my mother is fixing a condition to our correspondence, which, I doubt, you will not comply with, though I wish you would. This condition I shall acquaint you with by and by. Meantime, begging excuse for all the harsh things in my last, of which your sweet meekness and superior greatness of soul have now made me most heartily ashamed, I beseech you, my dearest creature, to believe me to be your truly sympathizing and unalterable friend, Anna Howe. End of letter 71. Letter 72 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathleen. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 72. Miss Howe to Miss Clarissa Harlowe, Monday, July 10. I now, my dearest friend, resume my pen, to obey my mother in giving you her opinion upon your unhappy story. She still harps upon the old string, and will have it that all your calamities are owing to your first fatal step. For she believes, what I cannot, that your relations had intended after one general trial more, to comply with your aversion, if they had found it to be as riveted a one, as, let me say, it was a folly to suppose it would not be found to be, after so many ridiculously repeated experiments. As to your latter sufferings from that vilest of miscreants, she is unalterably of opinion that if all be as you have related, which she doubts not, with regard to the potions and to the violences you have sustained, you ought by all means to set on foot a prosecution against him, and against his devilish accomplices. She asks, what murderers, what ravishers, would be brought to justice if modesty were to be a general plea, and allowable, against appearing in a court to prosecute? She says, that the good of society requires that such a beast of prey should be hunted out of it, and, if you do not prosecute him, she thinks you will be answerable for all the mischiefs he may do in the course of his future villainous life. Will it be thought, Nancy, said she, that Miss Clarissa Harlowe can be in earnest when she says she is not solicitous to have her disgraces concealed from the world? If she be afraid or ashamed to appear in court, to do justice to herself and her sex against him? Will it not be rather surmised that she may be apprehensive that some weakness or lurking love will appear upon the trial of the strange cause? If inferred she such complicated villainy as this, where perjury, potions, forgery, subordination are all combined to effect the ruin of an innocent creature and to dishonour a family of eminence, and where the very crimes, as may be supposed, are proofs of her innocence, is to go off with impunity, what case will deserve to be brought into judgment, or what malefactor ought to be hanged? Then she thinks, and so do I, that the vile creatures, his accomplices, ought, by all means, to be brought to condign punishment, as they must and will be upon bringing him to trial. And this may be a mean to blow up and root out a whole nest of vipers, and save many innocent creatures. She added that if Miss Clarissa Harlowe could be so indifferent about having this public justice done upon such a wretch for her own sake, she ought to overcome her scruples out of regard to her family, her acquaintance, and her sex, which are all highly injured and scandalized by his villainy to her. For her own part, she declares, that were she your mother, she would forgive you upon no other terms, and, upon your compliance with these, she herself will undertake to reconcile all your family to you. These, my dear, are my mother's sentiments upon your sad story. I cannot say but there are reason and justice in them, and it is my opinion that it would be very right for the law to oblige an injured woman to prosecute, and to make seduction on the man's part capital, where his studied baseness, and no fault in her will, appeared. To this purpose the custom in the Isle of Man is a very good one. If a single woman there prosecutes a single man for a rape, the ecclesiastical judges impanel a jury, and, if this jury find him guilty, he is returned guilty to the temporal courts, where if he be convicted, the deemster or judge delivers to the woman a rope, a sword, and a ring, and she has it in her choice to have him hanged, beheaded, or to marry him. One of the two former, I think, should always be her option. I long for the particulars of your story. You must have too much time upon your hands for a mind so active as yours, if tolerable health and spirits be afforded you. The villainy of the worst of men, and the virtue of the most excellent of women, I expect will be exemplified in it, were it to be written in the same connected and particular manner in which you used to write to me. Try for it, my dearest friend. And since you cannot give the example without the warning, give both, for the sakes of all those who shall hear of your unhappy fate, beginning from yours of June 5, your prospects then not disagreeable. I pity you for the task, though I cannot willingly exempt you from it. My mother will have me add, that she must insist upon your prosecuting the villain. She repeats, that she makes that a condition on which she permits our future correspondence. Let me therefore know your thoughts upon it. I asked her if she would be willing that I should appear to support you in court, if you complied. By all means, she said, if that would induce you to begin with him, and with the horrid women. I think I could probably attend you. I am sure I could, were there but a probability of bringing the monster to his deserved end. Once more your thoughts of it, supposing it were to meet with the approbation of your relations. But whatever your determination on this head, it shall be my constant prayer that God will give you patience to bear your heavy afflictions, as a person ought to do, who has not brought them upon herself by a faulty will; that he will speak peace and comfort to your wounded mind, and give you many happy years. I am, and ever will be, your affectionate and faithful Anna Howe. The two preceding letters were sent by a special messenger. In the cover were written the following lines: Monday, July 10. I cannot, my dearest friend, suffer the enclosed to go unaccompanied by a few lines, to signify to you that they are both less tender in some places than I would have written, had they not been to pass my mother's inspection. The principal reason, however, of my writing thus separately is, to beg of you to permit me to send you money and necessaries, which you must needs want, and that you will let me know if either I, or anybody I can influence, can be of service to you. I am excessively apprehensive that you are not enough out of the villain's reach where you are. Yet London, I am persuaded, is the place, of all others, to be private in. I could tear my hair for vexation, that I have it not in my power to afford you personal protection. I am your ever devoted Anna Howe. Once more forgive me, my dearest creature, for my barbarous taunting in mine of the 5th. Yet I can hardly forgive myself, I to be so cruel, yet to know you so well. Whence had I this vile impatiency of spirit? End of letter 72.
Letter 73 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 73. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Tuesday, July 11th. Forgive you, my dear. Most cordially do I forgive you. Will you forgive me for some sharp things I wrote in return to yours of the 5th? You could not have loved me as you do, nor had the concern you have always shown for my honour, if you had not been utterly displeased with me, on the appearance which my conduct wore to you when you wrote that letter. I must heartily thank you, my best and only love, for the opportunity you gave me of clearing it up, and for being generously ready to acquit me of international blame, the moment you had read my melancholy narrative. As you are so earnest to have all the particulars of my sad story before you, I will, if life and spirits be lent me, give you an ample account of all that has befallen me, from the time you mention. But this, it is very probable, you will not see, till after the close of my last scene, and I shall write with a view to that. I hope no other voucher will be wanted for the veracity of the writer, be who will the reader. I am far from thinking myself out of the reach of this man's further violence. But what can I do? Whither can I fly? Perhaps my bad state of health, which must grow worse as recollection of the past evils and reflections upon them grow heavier and heavier upon me, may be my protection. Once indeed I thought of going abroad, and, had I the prospect of many years before me, I would go. But, my dear, the blow is given, nor have you reason now, circumstanced as I am, to be concerned that it is. What a heart must I have, if it be not broken! And indeed, my dear friend, I do so earnestly wish for the last closing scene, and which so much comfort find myself a declining way, that I even sometimes ungratefully regret that naturally healthy constitution, which used to double upon me all my enjoyments. As to the earnestly recommended prosecution, I may possibly touch upon it more largely hereafter, if ever I shall have better spirits, for they are at present extremely sunk and low. But just now I will only say, that I would sooner suffer every evil, the repetition of the capital one excepted, than appear publicly in a court to do myself justice. And I am heartily grieved that your mother prescribes such a measure as the condition of our future correspondence, for the continuance of your friendship, my dear, and the desire I had to correspond with you to my life's end, were all my remaining hopes and consolation. Nevertheless, as that friendship is in the power of the heart, not in the hand only, I hope I shall not forfeit that. Oh, my dear, what would I give to obtain a revocation of my father's malediction? A reconciliation is not to be hoped for. You, who never loved my father, may think my solicitude on this head a weakness, but the motive for it, sunk as my spirits at times are, is not always weak. I approve of the method you prescribe for the conveyance of our letters, and have already caused the porter of the inn to be engaged to bring to me yours, the moment that Collins arrives with them, and the servant of the house where I am will be permitted to carry mine to Collins for you. I have written a letter to Miss Rawlins, of Hampstead, the answer to which, just now received, has helped me to the knowledge of the vile contrivance by which the wicked man got your letter of June the 10th. I will give you the contents of both. In mine to her, I briefly acquainted her with what had befallen me, through the vileness of the women who had passed upon me as the aunt and cousin of the wickedest of men, and own that I never was married to him. I desire her to make particular inquiry, and to let me know who it was at Mrs. Moore's that, on Sunday afternoon, June 11th, while I was at church, received a letter from Miss Howe, pretending to be me, and lying on a couch, which letter, had it come to my hands, would have saved me from ruin. I excuse myself, on the score of the delirium which the horrid usage I had received threw me into, and from a confinement as barbarous as illegal, that I had not before applied to Mrs. Moore for an account of what I was indebted to her, which account I now desired, and, for fear of being traced by Mr. Lovelace, I directed her to subscribe her answer to Mrs. Mary Atkins, to be left till called for, at the Bell Savage Inn, on Ludgate Hill. In her answer she tells me that the vile wretch prevailed upon Mrs. Bevis to personate me, a sudden motion of his, it seems, on the appearance of your messenger, and persuaded her to lie along a couch, a handkerchief over her neck and face, pretending to be ill, the credulous woman drawn in by false notions of your ill offices, to keep up a variance between a man and his wife, and so taking the letter from your messenger as me. Miss Rawlins takes pain to excuse Mrs. Bevis' intention. She expressed her astonishment and concern at what I communicate, but is glad, however, and so they are all, that they know in time the vileness of the base man, the two widows and herself having, at his earnest invitation, designed me a visit at Mrs. Sinclair's, supposing all to be happy between him and me, as she assured them was the case. Mr. Lovelace, she informs me, had handsomely satisfied Mrs. Moore, and Miss Rawlins concludes with wishing to be favoured with the particulars of so extraordinary a story as these particulars may be of use, to let her see what wicked creatures, women as well as men, there are in the world. I thank you, my dear, for the draught of your 2 letters which were intercepted by this horrid man. I see the great advantage they were of to him, in the prosecution of his villainous designs against the poor wretch whom he had so long made the sport of his abhorrent inventions. Let me repeat that I am quite sick of life, and of an earth, in which innocent and benevolent spirits are sure to be considered as aliens, and made sufferers by the genuine sons and daughters of that earth. How unhappy, that those letters only which could have acquainted me with his horrid views, and armed me against them, and against the vileness of the base woman, should fall into his hands, unhappier still, in that my very escape to Hampstead gave him the opportunity of receiving them. Nevertheless, I cannot but still wonder how it was possible for that Tomlinson to know what passed between Mr. Hickman and my uncle Harlowe, a circumstance which gave the vile impostor most of his credit with me. How the wicked wretch himself could find me out at Hampstead must also remain wholly a mystery to me. He may glory in his contrivances. He, who has more wickedness than wit, may glory in his contrivances. But after all, I shall, I humbly presume to hope, be happy, when he, poor wretch, will be, alas, who can say what? Adieu, my dearest friend, may you be happy, and then your Clarissa cannot be wholly miserable. End of Letter 70. End of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson.